Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
At Quicktrip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quicktrip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family. At Quicktrip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quicktrip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
Let's from the beginning. Joined by running back TJ Lewis. Hey, exciting times for your team tonight coming out in this quarterfinal. What are you expecting out of this Fremd defense?
Watch a lot on film. We see what they do. We know they known for stopping the run game. We've been working to get our stuff going this week, and we should overcome it.
Talk about your offensive line and what they've done for you. It sounds like they've gotten great push for you thus far this season, have really helped you out, and you're hoping that they do that again tonight, right?
Yes, sir. We all on the same page right now, so it should be a good game on the ground today.
Last question for you. You know, it's easy in the playoffs to sometimes think about the next level, start thinking about heading down to Normal, Illinois. How focused do you think your teammates are tonight on just winning this particular game?
We're very focused. We had something come up earlier this morning with one of our teammates' dads passing away, and we've been keyed in since then.
Sounds, obviously like a tragic situation for the team, but it sounds like you guys are going to rally. TJ, really good to talk with you. Excited to watch you play tonight, and thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
It is 6:45 p.m., which means it's about some time for some high school football. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Bob Vilsoe. It's 6:45 p.m., which means it's about some time for the quarterfinals. 3 wins down for both teams, 2 to go. The win tonight goes on to the semifinals to play the winner of Mount Carmel and Lincoln Way East. We will update you who won that game in a couple minutes from now. The loser, great season, first quarterfinal appearance since 2014 for Bolingbrook, and the first quarterfinal appearance for Fremd since 2009.
And whoever wins this game, it's not going to be an easy battle against Mount Carmel and Lincoln Way East. That's going to be a really, really good game. Normally, I would have said Mount Carmel's going to win, but Lincoln Way East had such a good week last week. But this game, Bolingbrook, 9-2, right, against Fremd, who's 10-1. And, of course, anybody that's out there is asking, okay, 10-1. Who'd they lose to? Well, they lost to Barrington. They lost that game 23-7, right? And so that could be a collision course should Fremd win. And what's interesting about the tournament this year now is my pick, Maine South, is out, right? So no more Purcell in this tournament. The points opponents, which is very important, Bolingbrook, right? You look at that, and of course you always wonder who played the tougher teams, but here we are in 8A. Everybody plays tough teams when you're down this far in the tournament. So Bolingbrook, 387 points for, 204 against, right? Fremd, 393 points for. As good as Johnny O'Brien is, it's about the same, right? And then, but the defense is only giving up 130 points. So that's where the difference is going to be. Fremd, his defense is a little stronger. Bolingbrook's offense is just as potent. Then we go on further, just to say it. Johnny O'Brien, everybody knows he is very, very, very strong, right? You look at the statistics here, right? Games played 10, so the stats are current. This is on Max Preps. 179 completions, 264 attempts, 2,448 yards, completion percentage of a blistering 68%. Okay, 67.8%, right? 13.7 yard completion average, right? The leading receivers, Brewster, fantastic, but he catches a lot on the run, so there's a lot of yards after catch in Brewster's case, but 70 receptions, 1,073 yards, so he's a 1,000 yards receiver in high school. Then next is Riddle, a junior, 677 yards, and then Box, right, a senior, 294 yards, and Faulkner, a junior, the running back, 181 yards, and to add to that, 532 yards rushing. So every time Faulkner touches the ball, he goes about 5.4 yards. That's a pretty good chunk yardage every time he touches the ball.
We have a score update for you. It's brought to you by GoFan. 21-0 Lockport, the 23 seed over the 2 seed. Now, Lockport's playing at home because of the rules of the IHSA. They had less home games coming into this one than Barrington did. Barrington's first road game of the playoffs, they're getting dominated by the Porters right now.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. These home games matter. So, Fremd is ranked 9th or 4th, depends on who you're looking at, right? And then Bolingbrook is ranked 39th, right? So this should be a lopsided game in favor of Fremd, one would think, right? But how many points is the home game worth for Bolingbrook? Are we talking about a touchdown, a field goal? But however many points it's worth something. So when you're talking about you're playing at home, you don't want to make all your extra points, or you don't want to leave points on the field by kicking a field goal instead of going for a touchdown, right? But how many points is home court or home field advantage worth here on this field that looks very, very dark? You were going to tell a story about it being a black field?
I like to call it the black top.
Black top.
Doesn't it kind of look like a...
It does look like it's a black top from here. Yeah. Can't say it doesn't, that's for sure.
It's definitely a potential home field advantage for the Raiders. The Raiders are led by T.J. Lewis. That running game, they kept the ball away from Aaron Stewart. They did beat the heavily favored Warren team. Like I said, first quarterfinal since 2014. I just don't know if their offense is explosive enough to go toe-for-toe with Johnny O'Brien and the Vikings.
Well, and that was the point we made. Both teams have scored about the same number of points. I mean, actually Bolingbrook a few extra points, right? But it's close between those two offenses. It's probably going to be the difference in the game will be how well Fremd defense can stop Bolingbrook's offense. Now, Bolingbrook did win their conference. They were 4-1. Yorkville and McNuka were both 3-2. So it's not exactly an easy conference, so you can't say Bolingbrook has had an easy schedule with all those points. But 387 points for them, and O'Brien and the high-powered offense from Fremd, a whole 393 points. That's a whole 6 points more. So both offenses are really good here.
What's your prediction in this one? I think Fremd, the way they're rolling right now, 2 dominating wins in the first 2 rounds of the postseason. I know Bolingbrook can run the ball, keep the way from Johnny O'Brien. I just don't think they've seen an offense as explosive as the Vikings, a guy that's going to Northwestern University on a full-ride scholarship. I'm picking the Vikings big, 35-21, and it's going to be a late touchdown by Bolingbrook.
Yeah,
so really a 35-14 score.
I like your late touchdown scenario like that. I had 28-21. I think it'll be closer. I think Bolingbrook's defense will adjust to Fremd's offense. They are pretty good, but I do think that ultimately Fremd's defense is going to stop Bolingbrook after the initial, let's say, quarter. So once Bolingbrook does whatever they're going to do to Fremd, I think the Fremd defense is going to do the necessary adjustments to get the ball back. So I'm looking at 28-21, and I also agree with your late touchdown on Bolingbrook. You know, it's going to be like 28-14. Then Bolingbrook scores late, not exactly against prevent defense, but, you know, where the clock is running out and Fremd doesn't mind giving up that last touchdown to get possession of the ball one last time, something like that. So I'll say 28-21, and we will find out what happens. Both teams are good. The difference to me, though, of making it a closer game is this home game at Bolingbrook.
That does matter. Like we talked about, Lockport up 21-0. Now, can Barrington come back? Of course they can. They've dug themselves a hole, and you wonder if that game was at Barrington, would it be 21-0 Broncos?
Well, and with Broncos possibly being out of the tournament, Maine South possibly being out of the tournament, Fremd is just walking in. I don't want to go crazy like a Cinderella team, but let's say Fremd doesn't win. Okay, they're ranked 4, 5, or 9, whatever.
They still would have to beat Mount Carmel or Lincoln Way East next week.
And Lincoln Way East had a great game last week. Mount Carmel, I teased that they're like the NFL of the high school league. I mean, these are good teams at this level. And anything, as we are finding out, can happen.
So we will take a break. This is pretty cool. The best guys of the Bolingbrook Marching Band and their drum line performing right before the game. But we'll take a break as it's Fremd against Bolingbrook here on the NFHS Network.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
conductor only plays his favorite.
I can earn that solo!
You see like it?
we were talked about that this band is excellent, and I was not disappointed. That was a fantastic rendition of the national anthem by these young students at Bolingbrook High School.
And of course, being a graduate of Illinois State University with one of the biggest marching bands in the country, I'm like, all of you need to go to Illinois State and join their band. Yes, that was a great rendition.
Well, Bolingbrook knows the task at hand, contain Johnny O'Brien. The problem is he can also run with the football. He's able to get outside the pocket, make plays with his legs, throws on the run, off-balance throws. He can do everything. For Bolingbrook, they're going to have to find ways, not just to get the ball to T.J. Lewis, but they need their young quarterback in Tyson Ward to make some plays as well. He graduates next May. And if they want to go to the semifinals and play the winner of Barrington and Lockport, they got to find a way to not just run the football, but also some big chunk plays through his arm.
Well, being a senior helps a lot, but it's going to be Fremd's stingy defense, so he's going to have to figure out how to get points against. O'Brien, you feel like he's one of those quarterbacks that you just can't stop. You can only hope to contain him. But the problem that Fremd causes is they've got a fantastic running back, Faulkner, getting 5.4 yards a carry, so then second down is short, and then you can pass or run. And, of course, as you pointed out, Johnny O'Brien can run himself, but he's got 4 high-quality receivers in Brewster, Faulkner, Box, and Riddle that are all, great at their job. And all O'Brien has to figure out is which one's open. I remember a couple games ago we were doing a Fremd game and O'Brien was on, and I uttered, it seems like he could go downfield at will. Sure enough, the next ball is like a 50-yard touchdown pass. Led his receiver perfectly into the flag route. So we'll see what happens here, but right now you can't help but think that Fremd is the favorite, but that's nullified by this being a home game at Bolingbrook. We'll see what happens. So I had, 21-14 or 28-21. You have 35-21.
Right, and it's more of a 35-14 score. I think it's going to be a garbage touchdown at the end by Bolingbrook.
I like to call those empty net touchdowns.
So it'll be Bolingbrook to receive and the Fremd Vikings to kick. It'll be Seamus Sloan to kick, the junior place kicker. And it must be colder than I think it is because Sloan, he's got that headgear around his neck that you see in those really cold playoff games.
Yeah, I don't think it is colder than we think, really. It's, about 55 degrees. It's been a warm day all day. 65 is, obviously getting chillier. Now, tonight by midnight, it's supposed to get to the day's low, which is 45. So it's going to be somewhere between 65 and 45. So it's probably about 55 right now. If I look at my phone here for a minute, it would tell me, 58. So we're pretty close. But a gorgeous day. There's not much wind. There's no flags moving around.
Friday Night Lights has become Saturday Night Lights, a 7 o'clock primetime game, the last playoff game of Class 4A through 8A, which is the primary classes in the Chicagoland area.
Squib.
Squib kick and Bolingbrook wisely. They don't try to return it. They just make sure to not fumble that football and recovered near the 34.
I'm surprised Fremd did that. I know my advice to kickers would be kick it out of the end zone. Make it so the ball comes out to the 20-yard line. Obviously, if you can't kick it in the end zone, you can't do it, right? But kick it into the end zone, then the ball comes out to the 20, and the other team has no chance for a return and has to go 80 yards downfield. Here, I mean, not like it's an easy task, but they got to go 66 yards downfield. So it's relatively good position to start the game. Now, the next question is going to be how far can they go before they have to punt, or will they score, and then where will Fremd get the ball? So is it advantage to receive the kick or kick the kick?
Kick the kick. One in motion for the Raiders. That's Caleb Wallace, and almost a false start from Lewis. High snap, and it's a handoff to Lewis. Right up the middle. Nice juke by Lewis. Bounces off a tackler past midfield. What a start for the Raiders.
Well, like we said, Bolingbrook's offense is excellent and have scored, 6 less points than this high-powered Fremd offense overall for the year, and they both have played the 11 games. So if that was a very, very telling beginning for Bolingbrook. If they can smash mouth the football right up the middle like that, everything else is going to be open. What a great opening play. Now, on defense, they have their triple receivers to the left. Fremd was playing the third receiver very, very deep. So if they send 2 receivers deep and leave the third one short, they can get some real nice gains to the left side of the field with short passes.
Stack in the box right now is Fremd. Clean pocket for Ward. Quick pass out to his left as he completes it to Wallace as he gets past the 45-yard line. One of the tacklers on that play for Fremd was Jason Hardy.
Nice pass out into the flat there. Take what they give you, 7 yards, 6 yards, something like that. And second down. Now they haven't been predictable by any means, right? They've run up the middle for, first down. They've passed for a good chunk to the left. So right now, this diversified offense of Bolingbrook is doing a great job against a very stingy Fremd defense.
One in the backfield. Lewis rolls to the right. It's going to be a direct quarterback keeper. Ward still on his feet as he tried to get to the 40-yard line, and then gang tackle on the play. Finishing the play was Tom O'Brien.
Now, 3rd and 2, Fremd would love to stop him, maybe 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, something like that. But then the question will be, will Bolingbrook punt, or will they go ahead and go for it on 4th down? And I think we're in that spot where almost no matter what they do here, they're going to go for the 1st down. So I think it'll be 2 runs and the 1st down somehow on one of those runs.
3rd and 2, ball on the 40. Got to get to the 38-yard line. Lewis, of course, in the backfield, 3 wide receiver set. False start on the left tackle. And it's going to be a false start on the left tackle in Maurice Howard, 6'2", 255, protector of the blind side.
And that is not what you want on 3rd and 2. I mean, you've pretty much, I don't want to go overboard with this, but guaranteed a 1st down by running the ball a couple of times, right, minimum, right? But now you're 7 yards back. If you pass and it's not complete, making on 4th down at the 45-yard line, giving Fremd a short field if they don't make it, it's probably not good strategy. Let's see what Bolingbrook does. They've got, like I said, a very, very high-powered offense themselves. 5 receiver set.
They're going to move Lewis to the wide receiver spot. Clean backfield for Ward. Another quarterback keeper off. He had just gone to the right. He had room. Still on his feet. Ward gets to the left. Inside the 35, inside the 30, gets out of bounds. Pushed out that time by Davis, but not before a huge gain by Tyson Ward.
Absolutely an electrifying run. I was ready to say as he was getting tackled, this is Fremd's stingy defense at work. They got a quarterback sack, pushing back about 10 yards, going to insist upon a punt. All of a sudden, he weasels out of the tackle and goes down the sideline for, I don't know what it was, about 25 yards.
So they're going to spot the ball at the 24-yard line. And Lewis moves over to the wide receiver spot. 5 wide receiver look again, and now they're going to move a wide receiver in Panascu over to running back. Try to get it to Wallace. Well read by O'Brien. Excellent tackle.
Somewhere in here has got to be some humor, right? But, okay, so Fremd didn't stop him last time. That stingy defense didn't stop him. But here they're stopping him again. So if at first you don't get him, you get him next time. So the 1st down markers are upfield, but still 2nd and long. And that's what Fremd has to do. They have to find a way to push Bolingbrook back so that they have 2nd and long, 3rd and long. Then those passes fall incomplete, and then they got to kick. Now, I don't know the range of the field goal kicker here.
They like to go for 2 a lot, so they're very much analytically driven, and they want to put as many points on that Jumbotron, put the pressure on Johnny O'Brien. Tyson Ward took it himself, gets to the edge. 1 man to beat, inside the 5, touchdown Ward. Quarterback keeper all the way to the house, 27-yard run.
Absolutely phenomenal ball handling in the backfield. My eyes went with the running back, so did all the tacklers for Fremd. Ward scooted out to the outside, faked going into the middle, and then went to the corner. Just an absolutely perfect execution on that play.
Touchdown Ward.
Yeah, and that takes the lead, first score of the game. So first time they get the ball, they take it to the house.
And they have the Notre Dame theme song as their marching band song. On to attempt the PAT will be 29 and Gavin Patel. Might have been offside. Flag on the play. And that is brutal if it's against Fremd because that's half the distance to the goal.
And with the team that likes to go for 2, I'm thinking, okay, now you're about a yard away, punching in. Those extra points matter. I mean, you think about it, right? You get a touchdown, you think that's 6 points, right? You get 2 more, that's 33% more scoring. So I'd be talking about my 1-yard play here.
The way Lewis is running the football, even if they stack the box, I still think he has enough power to get through. Or do you consider a play-action boot and try to get Ward out to the edge?
Well, I think what they're considering is declining the penalty and kicking the PAT again. I'm a little surprised to see that. Yeah.
Wouldn't you think you want to put 8 on the board against O'Brien?
I would. But I always like to go for 2.
Snap is there, as is the hold, and the kick is straight through the uprights.
I think that answers some of the range question. That was a kick that went into the next county perfectly straight. So I think we can safely say that Bolingbrook has a field goal unit.
We'll take a quick break. It's 7-0 Raiders here on the NFHS Network.
On the year, but Fremd's defense, like I said earlier,
left-footed kick. Will get to the 17-yard line. Take it up the middle. Pretty good return. Got to the 30-yard line. It's returned by Faulkner. First attempt, 34 going to the Vikings.
I feel like about the 30, and I think what was it, the 30 something like that when Bolingbrook had the ball. So both teams, it's kind of like one of those overtime games where they both get the ball at the same, yard line, and let's see who wins in overtime, who can score more. So far, 7-0 Bolingbrook.
Head coach for Lyons Township when Fremd absolutely dominated them, John Butcher, son of O'Brien. He can play beyond Northwestern. Over the middle. And this is going to be a holding call against the Vikings. Brewster was the intended target.
Yeah, Brewster's a tough receiver to stay with. I got to say, I didn't see the holding call. The good thing about high school holding calls in the secondary is that it's only those yards. It's not that much.
Automatic first down.
Yeah, and if you think a pass is going to result in a touchdown, hold the guy. It's just a 10-yard penalty. So those double moves in high school can be stopped with a 10-yard penalty.
Not so easy in the NFL. It's always a spot foul for pass interference, and after 5 yards, you have to let go. Otherwise, it's holding every time.
And it sounds like O'Brien's going to feel his way in the NFL, according to the coach.
That was the opposing coach that said that. Wasn't even his own coach for PR's sake.
Yeah, that's absolutely a fantastic testimony.
Clean pocket for O'Brien. Over the middle, and that one's on Brewster. It was a little behind him, but I think Brewster should have had that one.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, he was a little, he's not looking at the defense, right? So he's turning around back at the quarterback and thinking, if I catch this, am I hammered? But I think he wanted to get a quick peek downfield before he caught the ball. Brewster is excellent at catching the ball and running after the catch, and I think you saw right there why he is excellent at catching the ball and running after the catch, because he's looking ahead to see what he can do with the ball after he catches it. Unfortunately, at that time, he didn't follow through with the catch first. It's kind of a prerequisite if you're going to run with it after you catch it, right?
Unless you're as slow as molasses like Desmond Clark.
Desmond Clark.
Handoff up the middle. You remember Desmond Clark?
Oh, very well. I just never thought of him as being that slow.
I don't think he was exactly Greg Olson at tight end. He wasn't really known for...
Oh, that'd be an interesting race.
Yeah, I think Greg Olson would kill him.
You think so?
Yeah. But he was definitely a good possession tight end, good at blocking, helped out Thomas Jones and Cedric Benson on their road to the Super Bowl. 3rd and 6, what do you want to do here? O'Brien is great rolling out to his left.
You hit it right on the head, and to me, that's the right call. Okay, now the trick is you got to make sure that you're blocking somebody on the left, because if you're Bolingbrook, you see the open field to the left, the wide side, that's the rollout that's going to happen. You don't want them to roll out, so you need an end or a linebacker on the right to prevent the roll. Or go 5 yards and let him have almost a first down.
Just do a basic cadence. Offside, 3rd and 1, and Bolingbrook behind the 8 ball.
Good time for it. Now it's 3rd and 1, not 3rd and 5. Now you're thinking they're 3rd and 6. Now you're thinking you can hand the ball off to Faulkner. He's got his 5.4 average going for you, and if he can break through the line, he can go a long way. But this is 1 yard. Now in high school ball, if you get the ball anywhere near that marker, they tend to give you the first down. So it's not a whole lot they got to gain here. So Bolingbrook's 3-man front might not be enough to stop Faulkner.
3rd and 1 at the 49. If If you want to run the ball in shotgun, slower developing play to try to get a yard. Handoff up the middle, definitely got it, and a lot more. And then finally driven back by this defensive front of the Raiders.
So that penalty helped move the flags. First down again. Neither team has given up the ball yet.
And I think if you're Fremd, you'd like to score kind of quick because you don't want it to be a low-scoring affair. You want to be in your up-tempo offense and put the pressure on Bolingbrook to try to pass the ball more.
Well, and it's huge whoever has the lead. So if somehow Bolingbrook can get a turnover or get the ball back on a punt or miss field goal or something and the score again, a 2-score lead, that's huge. But Fremd can put up points in a hurry.
Right.
The same for Bolingbrook, though.
Only won 20-14 last week, did the Raiders. O'Brien just lethal outside the pocket, but he took a shot right at the 45. He got a nice chunk of yards there, but there to greet him for Bolingbrook was number 9 and Travis Marks, and that was not a friendly greeting.
Yeah, right. Well, it looked like he was being spied by the linebacker. So O'Brien looked like he had a lot of room to roam over there, but not really. It got closed down quick. Now, the receivers are both going deep into their respective corners, and I did not see an outlet receiver. So it was almost like a max protect play. They protect him for a long time until the gap opened up, and then he took off, but he was well spied. So it was only an exciting play, but a 3-yard gain.
So it'll be 2nd and 7 at the 44. It's Faulkner in the backfield, 2 to the left. Pressure comes on his back foot. Screen pass comes. Nice pass by O'Brien. Here comes Brewster. Stiff arm by Brewster. Past the 40-yard line. Did he get the face mask? No call yet, and it was Norfleet to get him out of bounds.
Yeah, no face mask is going to be called on Brewster unless he actually grabs the mask. It's an odd thing. If you're defense and your hand raises the mask, you get flagged. But if you're on offense, just can't grab it. You can't close your hand on the face mask. I thought they were going to give him the first down. They didn't. So 3rd and another one. Now they're probably going to be in that same shotgun and the same handoff to Faulkner, I'm guessing.
Or do you consider an option play? Try to get O'Brien to the edge, Faulkner to the edge, and
this is a good time to do it because then you'd still probably pick it up on 4th down, but I think they'll just run it. Nope.
Fakes the handoff, quick pass. Maybe got a little too cute with it. A line drive pass over to Riddle, and he dropped it. 4th down coming up.
Sorry, that was right in Riddle's hands. You just got to make that catch, especially considering you're in state playoffs, right? And then, you need that first down. But 4th down, I fully expect them to go for it. And like they should have done on 3rd down, they probably will do on 4th down with Faulkner.
Gotta think what the play call was. Was it a medium pass? Was it a line drive pass? Was Riddle expecting a changeup and instead a fastball came his way?
Well, it could be that, right, this pass had some heat on it, which O'Brien has been doing all year.
And maybe Riddle wasn't expecting that.
Well, or just a little bit late out of his turn. I mean, Bolingbrook's defense is a little bit different than some of the defenses that Fremd has seen all year. So, but let's see if they run it.
They're going to go for it. 4th and 1 inside the 40. Fakes the handoff. Clean pocket for O'Brien. High pass picked off. Here come the Raiders as it was picked off by Lampkins. That was right in the hands, though, Bob. You got to catch the ball.
You do have to catch it. And, O'Brien does throw the ball with some heat. But whatever, it was picked off by Bolingbrook. I think if you're Bolingbrook, you probably should have dropped it, but you only lost, 3 or 4 yards on that by returning it. But that's the stop that they needed. Now, if Fremd cannot stop Bolingbrook, you can get up by 2 scores. That's absolutely what the doctor ordered for Bolingbrook here. So they've got the ball up a score.
And it's a low-scoring game, which is what they probably wanted, knowing they only scored 20 last week.
Yeah, I don't know that it's low-scoring yet. I mean, 1 touchdown in a half a
quarter.
quarter.
Well, low-scoring on Fremd's side.
Right, okay.
They don't want Fremd to score a lot of points.
But they've only stopped them once.
Ward, oh my goodness, look at the athleticism on this guy. Gets to the open field, past midfield, Ward past the 40, 1 man to beat, to the red zone, inside the 10. My goodness, this guy is good.
Yes, he is. Broke tackles. He's got some speed. Frankly, I'm a little surprised he got caught from behind, but you do get winded on those long sprints. What a great play. 1st and goal. I think they're probably going to hand this off just to give him a little breather.
Do you think that the coaching staff for Fremd has to consider a timeout because this team looks a little shell-shocked right now?
Well, I don't know that the timeout's going to help, right? But, what the film was that they were looking at has failed them so far. Ward is just running, almost 100 yards already in, 2 carries?
Yeah, he had that 27-yard touchdown. What was that, over 40 yards on that carry?
Yeah.
1st and goal at the 8. It is all Bolingbrook right now. An interception, a touchdown, looking to get their 2nd touchdown. Lewis to the edge, to the end zone. He scores. Lewis and Ward, this combination is lethal. Who needs to pass the ball when you got this running attack?
Well, and that's what you do, especially with running. I mean, nobody passes until they stop your pass, and then you start running. It's always you run, and then if they stop the run, then you begin to think about passing. But Bolingbrook, they've had a wonderful, diversified offense through the whole entire game, but capped off by, the Ward's TD earlier and now Lewis's TD now, just playing a masterful game. Fremd is up against it. That's going to be a fun challenge for O'Brien.
Offside again. What? That was that on purpose?
They're declining it, which then it doesn't exactly. Here comes the offense. I think they were ready for it. Now the offense just
that's the second time in a row Michael Murray has just ran across the line.
Yeah, if I'm Bolingbrook, okay, once burned, twice wise. Now they're maybe coming back a third time. It looked like the offense is running out there to run on the field, so I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again. The offense does indeed run on there and they go for two. They were ready for it this time, but they're still going to kick.
Good snap. The hold is there, and the kick. Straight through the uprights. It's all Bolingbrook right now. 14-0 over Fremd. We'll take a break here on the NFHS Network. Impressive.
Hey, conductor, how about something new? You played this last year. Come on, get your head out of your sacks.
Shh, we're trying to hear.
Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing your kid play the wrong notes.
It's 14-0 Bolingbrook. This is a shocker to me.
Well, so far, but it's early. It's 14-0. Still 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. There's lots of time. Now, if I'm Bolingbrook, I push this out of the end zone if I can. The extra points have been like into the next county. So, kick this hard. Don't let Riddle or anybody else return it. That's what I would be doing if he can. Good long run up. There's no wind.
Just a beautiful night for football. Lefty kick. It'll make its way to the 18-yard line. Returned by Riddle. Got past the 30. Pretty good field position for O'Brien, and now he's going to show why he's a Division I recruit. Don't panic here if you're O'Brien.
Well, and that's right. But I think what I'd like to see out of some of these patterns is a deep receivers and an outlet. He is getting a good rush from Bolingbrook, right? And maybe that rush is a little too strong. Screen pass to the left, perhaps. Something over the middle. Send receivers deep to take the safeties out of the play. Because when you send receivers deep, usually a cornerback goes with them, and then O'Brien can pick a one-on-one. And if they keep the safeties deep, that's 2 receivers deep and 4 defenders. So something short's going to be open. And it looks like O'Brien, if he's going to get spied by a linebacker and can't get around the edge, some of those passing, routes across the middle that are short are deadly.
O'Brien with time. Here comes the pressure. Flag on the play. This might be holding against Fremd. It's a sack regardless, and a nice sack. Great pressure delivered by Nosa Omoragbe.
And that's been the pressure that Bolingbrook has been able to put on him with only 4 players. So they're going to take the sack, not the penalty, and this is second in a country mile. I think O'Brien needed to get rid of the ball and call it a day, and second in something. I like the electronic dial-a-down on the far side. It says a 2 on there.
You don't say. Second down. That's why the playoffs are so great. Fremd looked like nobody could beat them. That was last week. You didn't play Bolingbrook last week.
You said it. All the teams are good. The final 8 teams.
Second and 18. Pretty good snap. O'Brien with tons of time. Pump fake. Rolls to his right, now to his left. Look at him. Getting outside the pocket. Looks downfield. He's going to heave it downfield. Complete. What a completion. And man, Fremd needed that badly. Carter McDonald on the catch.
Boy, did he buy a lot of time. Now, one thing you have to give a lot of credit for is the offensive line. 2 things. There was no hold on the play, right? So there is a flag on the field. Maybe
There's
there
3
is a
flags,
hold on the play.
Might have been over the line of scrimmage.
You have to be completely over it, though. It was a great pitch and catch, though. But he bought a lot of time back there. So, 30 seconds, the offensive linemen had to hold off their blocks. When you give that kind of time to the receivers to get open, that's tough. And he's got the arm to throw it downfield, and that's why it was about a 40-yard catch. But it is coming back because he threw the ball over the line of scrimmage. So, third now in a country mile.
Wasn't there a famous Bear-Packer game where the Packers quarterback beat the Bears by throwing the ball across the line of scrimmage?
Boy, I don't remember it.
It took place in like the late 80s, early 90s. I wasn't really alive back then, so that's why I'm asking you.
And I can tell you, I watched that game, but I didn't remember the play. I watched every Bear game, no matter where I was.
3rd 23. What a break for the Raiders.
Yeah, huge.
Pressure comes. Left tackle, right tackle's getting destroyed right now. Good tackle, but they do say he got inside the shoulder pad. It's going to be a horse collar.
I just think it's simply a late hit out of bounds. I don't know what they'll call there, but whatever. Unsportsmanlike contact, they're going to move the ball at 15 yards, and then the question becomes, is it first down still or just the 15 yards?
So you don't think he got inside the shoulder pad for the horse collar?
Well, not my opinion, but maybe it is what he did, but I don't think so. They're certainly talking
close.
about it.
I thought he was still in bounds before he got out.
I think it was just a late hit out of bounds. Let's see what they say.
Yep,
horse collar. Good call, Kyle.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was still in bounds. I didn't think it was a late hit. Usually you know it's a late hit.
Yeah, it looked awful late to me, actually.
That's why you're not the official.
That's right. And I got the Bob Euchre seats. So 3rd and about 7?
Yep, good. Right on the Jumbotron, 3rd and 7, 36.
I guess if I just simply read it instead of estimated it. I like to look at the dial-it-down in between the...
That's strike 2.
in between the posts.
You got the call wrong, and you got the wrong down at distance.
Luckily,
7 at
luckily
36.
that play's over. The wide open.
Look at this pass. McDonald complete, and the first down for Fremd. Are there any flags this time?
That's a pretty amazing job. They overcame several penalties, right?
Uh-oh, there's something going on at the 40-yard line.
Little extracurricular activity.
And a potential injury for Bolingbrook. We'll let you know who the injured player is in a second. We'll take a break. It's 14-0 Raiders here on the NFHS Network.
Hey, conductor, how about something new? You played this last year.
Come on, get your head out of your sacks.
Shh, we're trying to hear.
Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing your kid play the wrong notes. Where's my kid solo?
At least you can see your kid. Why is my kid stuck way in the back?
The conductor only plays his favorites.
My kid heard that solo!
You say my kid?
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
Kenyon Rogers was the injured Bolingbrook Raider. The good news is, Bob, he was able to get off the field on his own accord.
Yeah, he ran off too, so maybe the wind knocked out of him. So first down, 35. Fremd holding onto the ball. Unfortunately down 2 scores, but O'Brien moving his team very, very deftly despite the penalties.
To the sideline, right on target. There's Riddle, gets out of bounds. Right on target with these passes tonight.
Well, and the first problem is the receivers have to get open. They're not getting open. They're getting open like by 5 yards. There's open by a couple of feet. There's open a couple of yards, but they're like by 5 yards open here.
And Bob, is Bolingbrook going to regret not going for 2 at least once, if not both of those times when Fremd was offside both times on the PAT attempts?
Yeah, I think they were leaving a couple of points on the table there. You may have a point. But I think the hope is, somebody's going to win, like you said, 35-21. Those 2-point or 1 points don't matter.
But if you're somehow up 16-0,
right?
Would that change the complexion of this game? Decent snap. Pump fake by O'Brien. He'll get outside the pocket. So much speed from this guy. Close to the first down marker.
It's like he's got two pairs of eyes, one pair of eyes downfield and one pair of eyes to see where the gap in the blocking is so he can sneak through it and pick up yardage. That was a 5-yard gain, but there was so much danger of it being a touchdown. But they didn't give up the touchdown, but he still gained 5 yards. Very, very tough guy to stop.
Second and 5 at the 11.
Now, what this has all been, this drive is almost all on the arm of O'Brien. We haven't seen Faulkner running. I mean, that's some more of Fremd's offense. This is very potent on the ground and in the air.
Movement at the line of scrimmage. I think it was on Fremd. Nope, offside against the Raiders.
Does that make the first down? Looks like it.
First and goal at the 6 now.
So first and the 6, but still 2 touchdowns behind. So they haven't scored it yet. Bolingbrook's looking for a turnover, a fumble, interception, something. Maybe a sack.
Hard to sack this guy.
Yeah, right.
Gets the ball off really quickly.
They haven't given him pressure, though.
One in the slot. O'Brien with time, looks to the end zone, wide open behind him, but still caught. Riddle with the touchdown reception, 14-6.
He's a big target. He's got good hands, except for that one play earlier we saw.
This is the Fremd Vikings team we've been accustomed to seeing all season long.
Right. Well, they pulled within 1 score. Now, when you're down 14, I like to go for 2. If you make it, then you get 7 points in your next try, and if you don't make, you go for 2 again. Do you tie the game? So let's see what Fremd does. Looks like they got a kicker here.
He's got a boot. I think you just keep it simple here. You got the momentum back. Why try to give any of the momentum back, even a little bit back to the Raiders? You're on the road. You don't have a lot of road fans, although more have come in since the game started.
I think this is a really nice stadium here. It's pretty large. There's a lot of fans on that far side.
A lot easier to get to than Soldier Field. Snap is there, as is the hold and the kick. It is straight through the uprights. We'll take a quick break. It's 14-7 in favor of the Raiders here on the NFHS Network.
One second from half court. Jumping for joy.
First ever.
A 2-on-1. Oh!
Did he bring it in? He did!
It is caught!
Kyle Smith alongside Bob Vilsoe. We have a score update. Mount Carmel 48, Lincoln Way East 7, and Lincoln Way East quarterbacks going to USC next fall.
Yeah, I always lovingly call Mount Carmel the NFL team from Chicago. They are quite good. Short kick.
It's going to be returned at the 25-yard line. Breaks off a tackle, spinorama by Lampkins, and then brought down after he got past the 25. He had the interception. It led to a touchdown for T.J. Lewis, and it'll be 1st and 10 coming up for the Raiders.
And sometimes those little things, it looked like if he could have gotten around the left edge, he had nothing but green real estate to go, right? However, the left edge, which is the right edge from Fremd's perspective, turned him upfield and forced him to have to go up the middle, and then that's where he got tackled. So just because Fremd stayed in their lanes, they were able to prevent a kickoff return here. Very, very disciplined kickoff coverage. Now, it looks like an uncovered receiver on the left side here. Let's see what happens.
Another score update, 21-0 Lockport at halftime against Barrington. Fakes the handoff.
Uh-oh.
And that's going to be completed for a short gain.
Boy, that gets dangerous. It's behind the line, right? So 2nd and 12, and boy, that ball gets tipped up into the air like that. That's when your pick sixes happen. That was very fortunate they got away with that. So Fremd wants to get back in this game. All they really need, let's not go crazy, but all they really need is to stop and get the ball back and put it in O'Brien's hands to tie the score. Bolingbrook needs to drive downfield with 2:55 to go and not let Fremd get the ball.
2 in the backfield. High snap for Ward. Handoff for Lewis. So hard to bring down. Finally tripped up as he got past the 30-yard line as he was tackled by the defensive lineman, 33 in Clemus.
So one of those little big plays along the way. It's a one-score game, 3rd and long. If they don't make it, it's a punt, probably a passing situation. This is where I see 3 receivers to the right and 1 safety deep. It seems like a short pass to the left will be successful.
Clean pocket for Ward. And a huge hit by Pepe. He made Ward pay for it by running on that play.
That's how you stop a runner. Which brings on the punting unit. What a great, I'm going to call it an open field tackle, right? And that caused the punt.
I mean, they can't go for it, right? It's not going to be a fake punt, one would think.
Oh, no, not from this part of the field, I wouldn't think either. And you're also up a score. You don't want to give Fremd to short field.
Defenses look pretty good.
1 man back on this punt.
If it's returned, it'll be returned at the 34-yard line. And this is going to be a false start on the Raiders and a big break coming up for the Vikings.
Well, and that matters. It's a real 5 yards, right? It's not like first things first. It's not going to be a first down, right? So moves it back 5 yards. You're going to have to punt it, and you're going to get 5 yards on the return as a result. Sometimes you get that penalty on a punt, and it's going into the end zone or out of bounds at the 15 anyway. But here, that 5 yards matters.
The kicking game has been the Achilles heel for Bolingbrook at times this season. Was his knee down?
That's what it looks like the referee is calling. This one, we got to see a replay of that.
Bob, I don't think his knee was down. I think he just picked up the ball and kicked it.
I agree, but we got to see a replay to know that. Yeah, if his knee went down while he touches the ball, he's down. He's still looking like, no, ref, that didn't happen.
I think I agree with Jordan Lampkins. I don't think his knee was down.
Yeah,
and that's so close, Bob. Even if you thought his knee was down, unless you absolutely positively know his knee was down, just let the play happen,
It's a big call. So if you're watching this game, you got to hit that little left arrow or take the timeline and move it to the left and replay that play.
What a break for O'Brien.
It's
18
huge.
yards from the end zone. Up the middle, and it's going to be Faulkner on the carry.
So that's a good run. 3 yards, keeps the defense honest, allows O'Brien to continue to pass.
532 rushing yards for Faulkner coming into this one.
Yeah, the stat I look at is that 5.4 average.
How about this, partner? He has a 99-yard game, just one this season. His longest run, 20 yards. How about this? We talk about how good O'Brien is as a passer. He has a 70-yard run. 2nd and 7, ball at the 15. Fakes the handoff. O'Brien passes it in the flat. Trying to break it off a tackle was Box. Good pursuit by the Raiders. And 3rd and 7 at the 15 coming up.
I can't resist this. So the ball was thrown into the flat, and then the receiver was flattened. It's a great tackle.
What is a linebacker's
favorite
favorite board game?
Favorite board game by a linebacker.
What is a linebacking core's favorite board game?
I give up.
I don't know. Probably Trivial Pursuit.
Ay. You don't even have a day job to quit.
That'll do it for the first quarter. It's 14-7 Raiders here on the NFHS Network.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
kicked over the front 5 and then of course in front of the back 6. What a great execution. So now Fremd has the ball just down 4 points. So if they punch this in, they're in the lead.
They must have seen something with that running game they didn't like from their defense, and they wanted to steal a possession. O'Brien heaves it downfield to the end zone. Overshot his intended target in Brewster. And 2nd and 10 coming up.
Brewster is quick. I really like that throw. He put a lot of air under it, put it deep into the end zone. So if Brewster catches it, he's still going to have a foot in the end zone. But on the left side of the field, it looks like Riddle was wide open. That would have been a very interesting pass to have made also. Riddle was not covered. The guy who was covering him went in to try to stop, I'm not sure what, a run or blitz the quarterback. But, I would pick Brewster, too, and Brewster did have a couple of step lead on the defender. It was just, even though there was a lot of air under the ball, it was indeed overthrown.
If you're just joining us, an early 14-0 lead is now 14-10. Deflected pass. Look, the Raiders, they have answers on defense right now for O'Brien.
Well, 3rd and 10. Again, that pass was intended for Riddle. Maybe he knew that Riddle was uncovered the prior play, but it got deflected at the line. Riddle was open. It would have been a catch for, 7 yards plus some run yards after it. I'd like to see Brewster somewhere over the middle where he can catch it and run for additional yards. A quick hitter, a slant, something like that to Brewster right off the line of scrimmage. Let's see what they call. Now they're on the correct hash for Fremd, so if they want to roll to the left, O'Brien has a long way to roll. 3 receivers on the left, send 1 deep, medium, and short.
At the Bolingbrook 35, offside, Kenyon Rogers. You wonder, because of that injury, is he not as in sync as he was earlier in the game?
Well, this will be 5 yards, so 3rd and 5. So they still have to earn the first down, but it's going to make it a lot easier to earn it, especially if they try to run it with Faulkner's 5.4-yard average. The referees are talking about this. Oh, a
false start.
False start. So now it's 3rd and 15, not 3rd and 5. Big difference. Well, the good thing, right call or not, the 3 referees got together and discussed it. So you like to see that as opposed to, one guy saying it happened. I like that they discussed it. I don't know why it makes me feel better, but somehow it makes me feel better that there was at least 2 out of 3 that thought that.
Long way to go for a first down. High snap. O'Brien. Pressure comes. Here comes the screen to Faulkner. Down the sideline. Faulkner gets the first down.
Despite that 14-0 lead that Bolingbrook has, you don't see any kind of sense of urgency or sense of panic from Fremd. It looked like they expected a blitz. They called it perfect time for a screen pass, and it was very effective. I felt like it was a slow developing screen pass, but it was to the sideline, so the lineman couldn't curl back and stop it. Excellent job running. Faulkner's a good runner. They did get the first down. So Fremd is absolutely moving, but they've been aided by a turnover and then a botched punt.
So it's 1st and 10 at the 24. 4 wide receiver look. O'Brien. He's going to roll to his right, gets to the sideline, and then forced out of bounds. Nearest defender on the play was Ryland Deere, the defensive back.
Enough yards on first down. Good chunk yard there. And the ball's still on the right hash, so O'Brien can take a long sweep to the left or a jet sweep or something. Lots of field.
Well, the Raiders are hanging in there. Can you hold him to another field goal? I don't know. I think eventually O'Brien in this offense is going to break through with chunk plays.
Like right now.
Just look at how much time he has in the pocket. Delivers a strike right on target inside the 5. Riddle dives. I don't know if that was under control, but they're going to say he was out of bounds. That was a dangerous play by Riddle. Just go out of bounds unless you have a clear avenue to the pylon.
Oh, I don't know. I like it. I mean, the kid's been diving for
right,
end
but
zones his whole life.
That could have been a touchback against the Vikings.
Oh, if you drop the ball and it goes into the end zone, yeah, that's true. I don't think it was that dangerous. I think it's a pretty safe play. Just dive, don't drop the ball, hold on to it. And
if you're going to do it, don't dive for the pylon unless you can dive for the pylon under control.
Well, okay, and then you want your football to touch that pylon. Not quite. It went out about the 1 yard line.
And it has to be under control. Even if the ball touches the pylon but you weren't under control, it's still a touchback. You have to be under control when you dive for the pylon. You can't
Yeah,
just
that's
dive and then the
such
ball falls out of your hand.
That's a relative term. Let's see if they run it up the middle.
Faulkner, close.
Yep.
Second effort in. Touchdown, Faulkner. Touchdown, Vikings. First lead of the game.
A little help from his offensive line after he got through the gap. A little bit of tush-push there. So now up to, they'll, of course, I think they'll just go for one. But now Fremd has the lead. Bolingbrook, that wonderful start, has been nullified. So the question is going to be when Bolingbrook gets the ball back, can Ward run his way to another lead change?
We're not going to see another onside kick from Fremd, are we?
Probably not, but what a great call that was. It's kind of like a backbreaker kind of a play. Also quiets down the crowd.
Seamus Sloan to attempt the chip shot kick.
Yeah, that onside kick, the execution was so perfect.
Not the greatest snap, but the hold was there and the kick straight through the uprights. 17-14 in favor of the Vikings. We'll take a quick break. You're watching the Vikings against the Raiders here on the NFHS Network.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
(17-14) in favor of the Fremd Vikings. 17 unanswered points. This offense can score points in bunches and showing it right now.
Well, and they're getting it via the dropped punt and then the onside kick. And Bolingbrook is probably saying, hey, when's our turn to get the ball back?
I think Barrington's season might be done. They're down 28-0 in the third quarter.
Yeah. And against evidently a very underrated Lockport team.
We were at that Sandburg-Lockport game a couple weeks ago. If you're a Sandburg fan, thinking, what could have been? We were so close to beating Lockport. Fumbled. Stiff arm action, trying to get to the 15-yard line. Great pursuit by the Vikings. 3 defenders around it. And it was 28 in Ruiz and 19 in Sponsel able to finish off the play.
Not like the referees aren't looking for it, but I'd like to see replay of that, right, where he picked up the ball. It almost looked like he was on his knees when he picked the ball up. But no call, he ran it back, not very far, but at the 14-yard line. So Bolingbrook is up against it here, a long way to go. Down, well, only 3 points, right? But that still counts as a score, so they're down a score 85 yards away, 86 yards away.
I think you're just thinking any kind of point. 6 would be great, but blown dead. It's gone from bad to worse for the Raiders since it was 14-0. False start against Bolingbrook.
So 5-yard penalty. 1st and 15. Fremd is absolutely in the driver's seat. Bolingbrook has the ball at their own 9-yard line and has to go 91 yards, well, at least to take the lead. Fremd is going to do everything it can to get the ball back.
Good snap. Lewis spins, trying to get to the 15. Pepe was there on the tackle. 2nd and long coming up.
That was a good gain though. They got the penalty yardage back in a couple, so maybe just the penalty yards back. Good run, and you can't overlook him. Bolingbrook had a great ground game in the first quarter.
We talk about sustaining drives. Last week they had 3 third down conversions in a row to beat Warren. They had a 27 lead, held on to win 20-14 on the road up in Gurnee. They're at home and they're trailing by 3. How about that? Back to the original line of scrimmage, 2nd and 10 at the 14. Not a great snap. As Ward takes it himself, gets to the 20. That was heads-up quarterback play by Ward. nothing was really going to happen there. Just take yourself, see if you can make a positive play out of a bad snap.
It actually looked to me like it was a quarterback draw despite the high snap. But so I'm wondering if on that quarterback draw play, if they didn't say to the center, snap it quick. Be snappy on that snap, and then took it up the middle. Now we got 3rd and 5. This is a huge conversion. They can't really get 4 because then it's not a first down. Then they got to decide whether to punt or not, and deep in their own territory, they don't want to give the ball back to Fremd.
Ward will take it himself.
Nowhere.
Going to be a sack.
This is going to be a punt, and Fremd will get the ball back ahead, and nobody has stopped Fremd for the last 3 drives.
It's a combo sack for O'Brien. We've said his name a lot tonight, as well as Anthony D'Ambrosio.
That was a really nice stop from Fremd to get the ball back with the lead. It's a slim lead, but they've got the lead and plenty of time. They're going to get the ball somewhere around midfield. Depending on how long it takes them to score, they may not leave Bolingbrook with a whole lot of time.
What does the center say when the play isn't in rhythm?
Oh, no. I give up.
When it's a bad shotgun, they say, oh, snap. Look at this punt.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. All the way back to the 10-yard line. Breaks off a tackle. Here comes Riddle. Still on his feet. Riddle tackled from behind. An amazing punt.
Oh, no. And a penalty.
And possibly a late hit by Bolingbrook.
Late hit or spearing, something. It looked like it could have been a targeting call, led with the helmet, maybe late hit. But what a great punt. I would not have picked it up if I was Riddle.
Well, he did gain 10 yards after it was kicked near the 10.
Yes, plus a penalty. You haven't seen the preliminary signal yet. The referee's talking about
It's got to be on Bolingbrook, right? They didn't have enough time to get blockers back to get a block in the back.
Right. I think you said it. Late hit, maybe spearing, targeting.
Yeah. It's going to be on Bolingbrook, 15 yards. Everything is going Fremd's way. Look, they're taking advantage of these breaks.
Yeah.
You got to wonder, though, if that punt was allowed to happen earlier in the game and wasn't called for down by contact, down by the turf. But that's part of the game. You got to rise above it if you're Bolingbrook.
Right, and that's how football is in a lot of ways. It's a game of inches, and great momentum swings.
So they're going to spot it past the 35, the 36 to be exact. Faulkner in the backfield. Faulkner, good tackle from behind. Instant penetration from this Bolingbrook front, and the tackle was delivered by Peyton Brooks.
They've been gaining these scores, these last 3 drives, on O'Brien's arm. Faulkner's there, and the defense has to stay honest, but O'Brien has been the bread and butter on these last 3 drives. I would expect O'Brien to continue to pass. The question is where, and there's 4 really good targets for him to throw it at.
2nd and 9 at the 37. Faulkner in the backfield, 3 to the right. Going to throw it past the first down marker. McDonald was the intended target. It was a tight window, good coverage by the Raiders.
And you're allowed to make a couple of incompletions, right? Now, 3rd and kind of long, so again, you're going to see O'Brien throw the ball. The ball's in the middle, so O'Brien can run or roll out to either side. Probably just be a drop back, and O'Brien has to try to pick out which receiver is in, a one-on-one coverage that he likes.
Winner of this game plays Mount Carmel. Good luck. 48-7 win in the quarterfinals in their previous game against Linkaway East earlier today. 3rd and 9, terrible snap. Good read by O'Brien to catch that ball. He's going to roll outside the pocket. Pressure comes. Throws across his body, and that's somehow caught. Interesting decision by O'Brien. Brewster caught it, but that could have been dangerous territory.
Yeah, that's not a good pass. He's not going to have to do that. He's not going to want to do that next level, right? But he gained, about 5 or 6 yards, so it's 4th and short, midfield-ish. I think they're probably going to go for it. Now the question will be, will they keep it on the ground or put it in the air? To me, a rollout has to happen. But he was flushed out of the pocket. Nobody was open downfield.
4th and 2.
Yeah, throwing across your body, that was just not a good play.
It happens, though. Remember when Brett Favre threw across his body in the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, we're talking about a pro quarterback there.
3 wide receivers to the right. Good snap. Fakes the handoff. Plenty of time for O'Brien. Now he'll roll to his left. He's going to get the first down and a lot more. Gets out of bounds. This guy is just enemy number 1 in Bolingbrook.
Yeah, I feel like on that play, rush the 5 people, flush them out of the pocket, and then you can't let them go out on the outside. You really have to beat your offensive lineman in your lane. You can't try to cut through the gaps and give him a wide run like that. That was an easy first down for O'Brien. The receivers pretty much went downfield, and I think that, I'm not going to say it was a planned delayed run, but they knew that there's not going to be a receiver in that spot. If O'Brien, you need to take off, you got a lot of room on the left.
1st and 10 at the 45. It's been all Fremd since it was 14-0 early in favor of Bolingbrook. In the flat to Brewster, he's got a lot of speed, still on his feet, inside the 30, and showing why he's going to Western Illinois next fall.
That is so tough to stop. Brewster across the middle, he's got speed. O'Brien throws it to him in stride, and then Brewster at full speed is hard to tackle, and unfortunately it's just the secondary that has to tackle him, so it's a lot of open field running for Brewster. Gets a lot of those yards after catch.
I want to give a big thank you to our videographer and Dan Pfeiffer. He's doing an excellent job, especially with these isolation and hero shots. Inside the 30, can Bolingbrook get a stop, keep him away from scoring a touchdown? Plenty of time for O'Brien. He's going to throw it downfield. And that was really good coverage delivered by Rogers. He had that injury earlier, and the intended target was Jay Box.
He does throw downfield very well, but even when it's not complete, that just opens up the shorter medium-range passes. So on the next play, instead of going deep, the receiver can break the pattern off 15 yards downfield, come back toward the quarterback for a couple steps, and that's real hard to stop. So when you go deep, it absolutely opens up the defense for shorter passes. And O'Brien is a master at deep passes, and what I like about him is it's not frozen ropes downfield. He doesn't have to hit a tired 30 yards downfield. He puts some air under it in the direction of the receiver when the defender is on the other side, so that the receiver is in between the ball and the defender, and the receiver can just run under it.
2nd and 10 at the 28. Good snap. Another screen pass, this time to Faulkner. As Faulkner tried to fight off a tackle.
I like that play. It's another planned screen pass. There were a couple blockers on the play in front, too. Bolingbrook did a good job stopping the play there.
Matthew Roman is the injured Raider. We'll take a break. It is 17-14 Vikings here on the NFHS Network.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
Hey, conductor, how about something new? You played this last year.
Come on, get your head out of your sacks.
Shh, we're trying to hear.
Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing your kid play the wrong notes. Where's my kid solo?
At least you can see your kid. Why is my kid stuck way in the back?
The conductor only plays his favorite.
My kid heard that solo!
You saying I did?
At Quicktrip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quicktrip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
Football is a rough game, partner. Matthew Roman, we talked about Rogers, was dinged up earlier, now Roman, and I mean, they have depth, does Bolingbrook, but they can't keep losing bodies like this.
Yeah, I feel like football is the modern gladiator sport. They had the gladiators in the Roman times. We have football in our modern times.
3rd and 2 at the 21.
So try to predict the sport we're going to have in 2,000 years.
Snap, trying to get to the edge. Faulkner is going to be short. Excellent tackle and good job avoiding him from getting the first down. And Kyle Davis, 5'10", 220-pound linebacker, decision time for Fremd, but because they're only up by 3, I think you got to go for it.
I think they will go for it. Let's see what they do. But I thought he gained a little bit more yardage. Of course, we've got a long way away and an interesting angle, but it looked to me like there was a second effort where he fell backwards and landed on the 20-yard line. Might only be 4th and 1, but the flag makes it look like it's 4th and 2.
Yeah, they're saying it's an inch away from the 20-yard line, as they got to get pretty close to the 18. Fakes the handoff. O'Brien. Pressure comes. O'Brien to the left. O'Brien inside the 10. And O'Brien to the 5. O'Brien, man, this guy is good. Sign him up.
Well, unlike Riddle, he stayed on his feet and did not try to hit the pylon with the football, right? But he knew he could get around the edge. He had one of the slower linemen that he had to beat to the corner. Of course, O'Brien is very, very, very fast to foot. I'm thinking that Bolingbrook has to find a way to contain him on his left when he runs, because so far every time O'Brien runs to the left, it's long gainers.
I think there's a lot of football fans at Evanston who are licking their chops at seeing this guy play football a couple years from now, or maybe even gets a look as a true freshman.
Well, I am too, and it's not out of the question to see him in the pros in a few years. Very, very talented, very gracious too. We interviewed him one time, and he thanked us for interviewing him.
Look at the ball placement. If that receiver had his hands ready to go, that could have been a touchdown reception.
Well, and that's that NFL open thing that people say. It was just like an inch or two above the defender that jumped up that almost got it. So it's a perfectly thrown ball. I do feel like, though, that was his first read. I think I would like to have seen him go to the second read. Anyway, 2nd and 6. A Faulkner run, I think pass to the right side of the field has more room.
Does Bolingbrook have enough offensively if they're down 2 scores to keep up with Fremd?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind they have enough offensively, but right now they haven't shown that they can stop Fremd. Every time Fremd gets the ball, they score again. So Bolingbrook falling behind, it's not a good formula here.
Nobody has stopped Fremd in weeks. I don't even think the Bears can stop Fremd right now. We're going to take a quick break. It's Fremd 17, Raiders 14 here on the IHSA Network.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
Here we go, partner. 2nd and goal at the 6. When you got number 8 at quarterback, anything's possible.
Yeah, I'd like to see him just run up the gut. The pass, though.
Looking for Faulkner, and finds a way to just drill that ball in inside the 3. Faulkner saying something to Antoine Norfleet, and once again, this Viking offense is rolling.
It's so easy for me. We had the angle here, but I would not have made that pass. But obviously, O'Brien has a different skill set, but he threaded the needle through 2 defenders, and Faulkner caught it. Almost tipped. But now they're what, the 1-yard line? 2-yard line? Third down?
Inside the 2. You see it on our monitor right
yeah.
there.
So I think I'd like to punch it in again on the ground. Another way to score would be roll O'Brien out to the right, to his left.
An option play is possible as well. Handoff Faulkner.
Yep.
He's going to be tackled, but it's too little too late. Norfleet on the tackle, but touchdown run for Faulkner. And Bolingbrook's in trouble.
Yeah, they're down 10, but they do have a potent offense. But that's the point I was making earlier. Fremd has a stronger defense. At least it appears that Fremd has a stronger defense. So it's one thing when Bolingbrook gets ahead by 14 points. Somebody like Fremd can come back. But if Fremd gets ahead by 10 or 14 points, it's going to be harder for Bolingbrook to come back, even though they do have a potent offense.
It's been a busy night for Seamus Sloan. Anytime your kicker has a busy night in terms of PATs, you're probably going to win football games.
So
Point after touchdown coming up.
Yeah, 24-14 at halftime.
Good snap, as is the hold and the kick. Straight through the uprights. We'll take a quick break. It's 24-14 Vikings here on the IHSA Network.
Hey, conductor, how about something new? You played this last year.
Come on, get your head out of your sacks.
We're trying to hear.
Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing your kid play the wrong notes. Where's my kid solo?
At least you can see your kid. Why is my kid stuck way in the back?
The conductor only plays his favorite.
My kid earned that solo!
You say my kid?
Yeah!
Come on! What's wrong with
Kickoff for the Fremd Vikings. Seamus Sloan, he's had a busy day. Kickoffs, PATs, field goals. I'm not going to say he's the MVP of the game. Obviously, it's number 8, the quarterback, but he's done his job to keep his team in the game and given them the victory. They have the lead up by 10.
Good spot.
And this time it's going to go out of bounds. He's been an underrated player of the game. Remember that onside kick? It was a nice one, got over the first line of defense, and eventually recovered by Riddle.
Right, that resulted in the touchdown. If he doesn't execute that kick, you know, obviously needed the whole team to score the touchdown, right? But if that kick isn't executed, that wouldn't have happened. It is a 10-point lead now. 4 minutes to go. Bolingbrook does have a potent offense. You got to find a way to keep Ward from running wild on you. Similarly, you have a spy on O'Brien, making it difficult for him to run. Not impossible, but difficult. You want to spy Ward so he can't run as easy.
Ball in the 35 after the kick went out of bounds.
And that ball, when it squirted out of bounds, you know, the football is an oblong thing, right? So it just took a funny bounce and went out of bounds. Putting a little pressure on the receiver.
Up the middle, T.J. Lewis.
I just felt like he didn't get tackled. He fell down. So you almost feel like if he had kept his feet, there was nobody between him and a touchdown. Well, so good tackle, I guess you'd say.
The New England Patriots did not finish the 2007 season undefeated, but the Turf Monster is always undefeated. 2nd and 4 at the 41, one in the backfield. High snap again. Lewis up the middle. Lewis to the sideline. Lewis inside the 40 and then steps out inside the 35. As long as number 4 is on the Raiders, they have a chance.
Well, they do. They are 10 down, so they want to score at least something before the end of the half. And if they're, you know, relatively even with Fremd, that's a really good start. They, like we said, they have a very potent offense. In the play before, it looked like Lewis tackled himself, right? So the second time, he's not going to make that mistake, and that's why he broke through the line. I'd like to see more of that this game. It's a real nice 1-2 punch between Ward and Lewis.
Ball just inside the 35. Lewis off a tackle. And the defensive lineman for the Vikings able to bring him down, as it was a nice tackle delivered by Owen Jabusak. He is going to Northwestern alongside O'Brien next season.
Another excellent gain. They've got plenty of time. The clock running, though. Let's see, 3:10 to go. You figure about 6 or 8 plays. You know, a couple of timeouts in there. You're well within range to score a touchdown here.
2nd and 3 at the 28. You have no desire to score quickly because you know how quickly O'Brien can score.
I was thinking that. They got to score, but you don't really want to score right away.
Unless you're thinking onside kick to steal a possession. Ward trying to get to the edge. Ward, the patience is excellent. And then driven out of bounds near the 25. An excellent job on the pursuit was Jason Hardy.
I feel like they're going to mark that short. So third, not even a yard.
Yeah, they're going to spot it at the 26.
Yeah, plenty of time, 2.5 minutes. Probably go up the middle with Adam. With Lewis.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about them running the ball. Jeremiah Jenkins is one of their better receivers. He had a 25-yard touchdown reception earlier in this postseason.
Well, this would be a good time for play action, but I really think they'll run it.
Lewis again. And they did not stop forward progress. That was a heads-up play by Klimas. Look, they haven't blown the whistle yet. Just keep trying to not get that ball and try to get it. Ball plays at the 22. Under 3 minutes to go. Down by 10. So you're down 2 scores regardless, so the field goal wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I think you'd love the touchdown, put the pressure back on the Vikings.
Oh, absolutely. You want the touchdown. Yeah, you might not even want to settle for 3 in this point in the game, unless it's like 5 seconds to go and you're still at the 30.
Handoff for Lewis, good patience. He's got good power too, inside the 20. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. No, I'm sorry, Fremd took one earlier in the first half.
I feel like this is a race against time as well. They're gaining yards up the middle, but of course when they do that, unless you break it, you know, the clock keeps running. So how many runs do you have? Like 4 runs to go. You're not that far from the end zone. So can you get into the end zone with 4 runs up the middle? Now they are in no hurry to run their offense, it seems to me.
If you're Fremd, you considering using your last 2 timeouts to get the ball back?
Yeah, absolutely considering it. In my case, I think I would just let the clock go, put a little pressure on Bolingbrook to try to score sooner.
Lewis still has it inside the 10, inside the 5, powering his way near the 1-yard line. That'll stop the clock briefly, and we'll see if Bolingbrook decides to call a timeout.
Well, and this would be, now you're talking maybe Fremd could call the timeout. So if they call the timeout, Bolingbrook scores anyway, then you get some time left on the clock to go the other way. But the clock right now is running, and Bolingbrook should be in no hurry to stop it.
One of those interesting situations. I think of that Broncos-Packers Super Bowl where the Packers let the Broncos score at the 1-yard line.
Right.
But it didn't work out. If the Vikings want the ball back quicker, you let them score here. That's the thought process anyways. Ward will take it himself. Touchdown. Did the Vikings let him score? Probably not, but it's a touchdown regardless for Ward, as tricked on the RPO was Anthony D'Ambrosio. Bolingbrook back into it, Parter, but there's still enough time because clock stops on a first down for O'Brien in this Viking offense.
They've got 59 seconds and a couple of timeouts to go downfield.
Always be checking. All right, we got 5 bars of public.
Are they trying to reach you?
Yeah. Back.
Want to pick up?
Is this on? I can't tell. Is this on? Text him, ask if it's bad.
Bob Vilsaway. Yeah, I thought it might be you. How long ago did you lose it?
PAT coming up. Bad snap. Hold was there. The kick straight through the uprights, and it's good. 24-21 in favor of the Vikings here on the NFHS Network.
Okay, but I think this was just how it got up.
Apologize if the stream went out. We are pre-recording, as it will be uploaded to YouTube as well.
So 21-24, 3-point difference, 59 seconds to go before the half. So Fremd will have a couple of timeouts and the ball to try to extend the lead.
As that kickoff is at the 15-yard line. As a nice move by Riddle, gets to the 31. Can't tell if it's on or not. First and 10 at the 31. 49.9.
Yeah, long time in the huddle. Usually a long huddle means a running play, but somehow I don't think so. I think they're going to go for it. Now what Bolingbrook has to do is make sure none of those receivers get behind them. Right now it's tight man-to-man coverage. I don't think that would be the defense I'd be showing.
Nice snap. And it's going to be delivered
Get out of bounds.
right on target. Brewster. And there was a tackle, but I think it was right before he got out of bounds. They didn't call late hit.
Well, all right, and the clock is stopped. The first down chains are moving. They're at, what, 56 yards away, still with 41 seconds to go. This might not be the end of the scoring for the first half.
High snap. O'Brien breaks off that tackle. He'll roll to his left. Gets to midfield and then gets out of bounds.
Fantastic escapability. So half a minute left. Another chains moving down the field. Bolingbrook doing a good job staying behind the receivers, so any passes that O'Brien throw have to be in front of them. .45-yard line. Let's see, half a minute to go. 2 timeouts.
Good snap for O'Brien. He'll throw it. And a little bit high on the throw, trying to get it to McDonald. It was tight coverage as Kenyon Rogers was there.
Right, just a naturally good play. The coverage was there. O'Brien knew it, so he threw it high. His receiver still could catch it if he was Jabbar's height, but what he did make sure is that couldn't be intercepted. So 2nd and 10, stops the clock. Really no harm done on that play at all. Although it ate up, 7-ish seconds. So you're still at the 45. Bolingbrook holding their breath to keep O'Brien out of the end zone one more time before they go to halftime.
Good snap. O'Brien's going to uncork it. A little behind him. Trying to get it to Riddle. No flags. And the pass breakup for Bolingbrook. It's going to be credited on the PBU by Travis Marks.
Ooh, your fancy terms there, PBU. That ball was just a tad underthrown. It needed to go over Riddle's head.
Apologize, that was Antoine Norfleet. 3rd and 10 at the 45.
So going into the end zone, I like the idea. If he goes short and calls timeout, they can get the field goal unit out. They don't have to do a hurricane field goal because they've got a couple of timeouts. But they do need they would like to get a first down here. I suspect he'll probably go into the end zone again. Bolingbrook playing tight man-to-man on the receiver. I don't know that would be doing that.
High snap. Rolls out to his left, O'Brien, and he'll just throw it out of bounds. Now, 11 seconds left. It's 4th down. How long does a Hail Mary take? 5 seconds, 8 seconds, or can you get enough blocking from your offensive linemen to give O'Brien enough time to roll to his right or left and then heave it downfield for a potential half-ending Hail Mary.
Yeah, our clock says 7 seconds. The clock
So
on the
now it's at
scoreboard
7,
says 6.9. So there's not enough time to Bolingbrook have a heave after you do a heave. So I think if you go back and then you throw it into the end zone high, the clock will run out and Bolingbrook won't get a chance if it's incomplete. So yes, I would throw it into the end zone.
Because originally said 11 seconds and now it's down to 7.
Yeah, but what I might also consider doing is sending the receivers into the end zone. You've got good ones, right? And then where is Brewster? Send him semi-deep across the middle of the field and see if he can catch it and run it in the rest of the way. So I don't know that a Hail Mary is exactly what I would do here. I would look for Brewster delayed and underneath. You obviously have to have enough pass, coverage for him, for O'Brien.
4th and 10.
Ooh, that's an interesting call.
Did they get the first? The first down would have been at the 35.
Nope, they did not get the first. They left time on the clock, so Ward will have a chance to throw a bomb himself or maybe run it in himself.
Yeah.
So Bolingbrook has a play.
I didn't like that play call one bit because I would have liked to do a hook and ladder there, try to keep the defense off guard. Then you get the first down. You have a couple of timeouts left, so you could have called a timeout. Now you give Bolingbrook a chance, but he doesn't have an arm to throw it 50-plus yards. So if Bolingbrook is either going to have to do pitchy, woo-woo, or just conservative running play.
Well,
here.
this is going to be just downing the ball.
They'll be okay down by 3. Appreciate everybody that's watching right now. And we're going to take a break. We'll give you some halftime analysis after the break. It's 24-21 in favor of Bolingbrook.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
1 second from half court. Jumping for joy with
First ever.
a 2-on-1. Oh,
Did he bring it in? He did!
it is caught!
Kyle Smith, and we have a special guest in the booth. It's JP, who normally does both play-by-play commentary and public address announcing here.
I don't do public address. I do strictly I've done the basketball games here at Bolingbrook, and I've done the play-by-play for basketball and football for 25 years.
So they're down 24-21. They were up 14-0. What say you about the good things and bad things that have happened for the Raiders in that first
Well,
half?
I think what happened to them when they got up 14-0, they forgot their identity. Their identity is JT. He runs the ball. He's a guy that is one of the best runners I've seen in 25 years. Dale Martin maybe was one better, but I don't know. This kid's a great runner, and you saw the last drive. They gave him a steady diet of him rushing the ball, and they ran it down the field. That kid is the guy. That's the bell cow here for this team.
What else can you say about Johnny O'Brien?
Johnny O'Brien is very good. You know, I was reading about having some of my thoughts for this game, and I was listening to the coaches saying this guy's going to be an All-American, and some coaches said he's not going to only be an All-American, he's going to be a Heisman Trophy candidate. So you got to know that this kid's a very good player. And what you saw in this first half, you better believe Northwestern's got a guy that's going to play 4 years over there at Northwestern.
Well, I hope he plays all 4 years with the NIL.
Yeah, that NIL.
Somewhere else
I think he's going to play all 4 years. You know, Northwestern's got to get on it for this kid. That's for sure. This is a game-changing kid. So, yeah, they got to get on it.
Fremd was the higher seed because of their wins and losses. Only one loss, and that was without O'Brien in the starting lineup. He was hurt when they lost to Barrington, but I'm impressed what I've seen from Bolingbrook in that first half.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you a story about Bolingbrook. I called them the Jekyll and Hyde team. They went to Homewood Flossmoor, opened up at Homewood Flossmoor. They lost 44-30. Then they came back here and they beat Simeon, who's also a playoff team. They beat them 42-20. Then they went to Oswego, who's in the Final A2 right now, and they lost 42-7. So then they came back and they beat Oswego East, who's a good team, who's a playoff team. They beat them 42-30 or 42-20. So, you know, they're a good team. And they're a good bounce-back team. We'll see what happens in the second half. But they got to get the back on that running game. That's how they win those games. And you saw the first two possessions. He faked it. The quarterback faked it, stuck it in his belly, then took off and running, and that kid's a great runner too. He's a really good runner. Bolingbrook's got 17 players that are juniors or sophomores on this team, and they all get a significant amount of time. So this team is a good team, and wait till next year. So that's my recap of the first half.
Winner of this game plays Mount Carmel. Got to win tonight to play Mount Carmel. It is Mount Carmel. They just beat Lincoln Way East 48-7.
Well,
I don't know if Jonas Williams got hurt in that game or not.
You know, I've been doing this a long time, and when I get to Joliet, the Joliet station in here, and they go, "When are you going to do your rant?" I go, "Don't worry, it's coming." I cannot believe nobody talks about somebody recruits between 50 miles, and that's not the way to go. They build dormitories for these kids to go to school, and then the dormitory. I don't know where there should be a 9A, and that's it. All those schools should be a 9A, period. I say this every day for, I don't know, the last 10 years anyway. So that's my take on that, man. It's not fair. They get the best kids in 50-mile radius.
Because it's Fenwick versus Nazareth Academy in 6A in the semifinals next week.
Well, then they got an even puncher's chance there because they both do the same thing.
Right. I'm just saying, like all the public schools they played.
Yeah, they've already knocked the public schools out. See, to me, it should be 9A, and that's how it should work. That's my deal.
So you've been doing this for 25 years.
25 years, yeah.
What was that 2011 season like when they went undefeated?
2011 season was a great season. In fact, that was probably my favorite team I had here. But I'll tell you what, this is my second favorite team that you're seeing tonight because I love those kids, quarterback. I love TJ running the ball. And their defense has been playing very well, too. So this is a good team to watch. And they're going to be even better next year.
Wow, really?
Oh, they got 17 guys coming back. TJ's coming back. The quarterback's coming back. They're going to be fine. They'll be fine.
Do they have enough defensively to keep O'Brien in check and enough offensively to make a comeback in the second half?
Well, so far, O'Brien's been the best player I've seen opposing Bolingbrook all year. And by far the best quarterback I've seen opposing Bolingbrook all year. So, you know, I don't know. They got to put more pressure on him, and they got to take away some of that run because when he gets pressure, he comes down and he gets yards after breaking the pressure. And that's where he's made a lot of big impact, getting those impact yards. He's been getting 20, 30 yards on just runs because he's rushed out of the pocket. So that's pretty darn good.
You've been calling Bolingbrook basketball games.
I did Bolingbrook basketball games when we had the girls down there. I was down on, I don't know how I got down there. They gave me some fake credentials, and I was doing it. I was doing the game right at the half court, and they go, "Who the hell are you?" And I said, "Well, you know, I'm just do the Bolingbrook games," and nobody bothered me. And I did those games, the championship games, when Bolingbrook had Massengale, and we had a whole really good team. The girls did, for sure.
Well, JP, thank you so much. Maybe you can join us for the semifinals for not just, Bolingbrook or Fremd, but other teams that we cover.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, I got to check a schedule, one of those things. So, but I'm pretty good at that. So.
All right, JP,
all right,
thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on. I'm sorry for all you Catholic League people. You're gonna be writing letters, but that's okay. You don't have my address. Thanks.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. JP, thank you so much for joining the booth, and we'll give you some halftime analysis when Bob comes back here on the NHS Network. Stop what you're doing. If your SBS broadcast looks blurry on your laptop or desktop, do the following steps. Number 1, click on the wheel icon at the bottom right of your screen. Then click on Quality. Click on the highest quality that's available for you. And number 3, wait for your laptop to load and enjoy the broadcast. If your broadcast looks blurry on your phone or tablet, do the following steps. Number 1, click on the wheel icon located at the top right of your screen. Number 2, click on Advanced. And number 3, click on the highest quality available. If you're still having issues, type in the live chat. Thanks, and enjoy the game.
Now this is some bull.
And another 3 for the ball!
Oh, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm's here to help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
They're my neighbors. Come on in, guys.
Bringing fans together. State Farm, official sponsor of Liga MX. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Illinois' top-ranked orthopedic and spine practice, Midwest Orthopedics at Rush, is now in Joliet. See a world-class specialist close to home. To be your best, see the best.
Kyle Smith alongside Bob Vilsaway. JP knows his football. He loves his Raiders, and let's see if his Raiders can do him proud with a second half performance. It's a close game, surprising. I thought Fremd was going to take it to him, but actually it started off Bolingbrook was taking it to Fremd. Some things didn't go their way. I still don't think that punter's knee was down. Luckily, it only cost them 3 points instead of 7, and then the onside kick by Sloan, recovered by Riddle, and that's been the difference in this game. Special teams, special teams, special teams. They just sneak up on you, don't they?
I'm wondering if I have a coach's mind where a play like that you just forget about, because whatever happened, it's over. You can't keep talking about it or thinking about it any longer. You still have to keep going. And that's what Fremd did. I'm sure that bothered him, right? But Fremd absolutely did a great job at not panicking down by 2 touchdowns and continued to get the ball back. They got it back on that punt, right, on that punt play. Then they got the ball on an onside kick and ran that one in. So Fremd is absolutely not panicking, but at the same time, you can't say the Bolingbrook is panicking either. They were down by 10 before half. They went all the way in for a touchdown. They've got a very, very potent offense in their own right. So I'm still holding that I think Fremd's defense is just a little stronger, and so at the end of the game, Fremd is going to hang on because at some point in time, they're going to stop Bolingbrook. But right now, both teams' offenses are virtually unstoppable with a 24-21 halftime lead.
We'll give you some more score updates in a minute, as well as bracket analysis. I am absolutely shocked by that Barrington game. Not only are they losing, but they are just getting absolutely destroyed by Lockport.
It goes to show how underrated Lockport was. But Maine South is out, right?
And Barrington is officially out.
Barrington is out.
35-0. Wow.
Right. And then, Fremd is still in, right? But Lincoln Way East, they're out.
So Oswego plays Lockport. Lockport, that was only their first home playoff game, so they automatically get another one since Oswego had 2 coming into today.
And that's what happens when you get those late home games. Right now, your Final 8, Final 4, and you get home games. Wow. I mean, home matters. It's, worth. I mean, we don't know what it's really worth. Somebody's got to do a study on that, but somewhere between 3 and 7 points, it feels like.
The number 2 overall seed, the number 3 overall seed in 8A, done.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 overall seed lost by 35 points. They didn't even score a single point today.
Yeah, and Mount Carmel is looking at and saying, licking their chops anyway.
Well, they don't have to play Lockport, but they play the winner of this game. What a season for Oswego. They got to go on the road, though, to Lockport.
Well, yeah, but at the beginning of the season, if you're thinking to get to the next step, you got to go on the road to Lockport. You're like, that's fantastic.
Right,
but Lockport is highly underrated.
When the bracket came out, and then they won, they only won by 7 to Sandburg. Yeah, Lockport, they're no big deal. Then they win barely by 1 point against Homewood Flossmoor, and they absolutely smoked Barrington. That's why coaches say just get into the tournament and anything can happen.
Well, I used to say that all the time. You're in a tournament, get yourself to the finals. Even if the other team appears to be better, stuff happens. There's injuries. They cramps, all kinds of things happen, and then that team, doesn't perform well in the finals, and you end up winning.
I'm sorry. So that game was at Maine South, not Oswego, so Oswego will host Lockport. It will not be at Lockport next week.
Yeah, you end up having to take care of your own game. Make sure you win your game, then let the upsets happen or not in the other side of the bracket, and just take care of your game. I view that with scouting, too. You absolutely want to see what the weaknesses are of the other team. But if your team executes the way that you know that you can, in general, you can beat the other team. There's always a lot combination that you can do that will beat the other team if you execute on your side of the ball.
Looks like St. Charles North season is about over. They are losing 35-9 right now to Brother Rice. So Downers Grove North will head to Brother Rice next week. St. Rita, who was a 25th seed, they're going to host Batavia in the semifinals. That should be fun.
And right now, Fremd is playing for the 3rd place consolation game at Illinois State. In volleyball, they lost last night to Marist, too. Marist is a very good team. Marist and Bennett play for the championship tonight. But Fremd has an outstanding volleyball team as well.
So here we go, a lefty kick right at the 40. 3rd quarter about to start. Bolingbrook has hung in there, but 24 minutes will determine who plays Mount Carmel in the semis. And he's going to be forced out of bounds, Will Riddle, near the 18-yard line.
So with the ball and the lead, albeit not a big lead. And you have to grab that ball because if you let it sit there, the other team can recover it. So grab it, get out of bounds. Not great field position. It was an excellent kick. Kyle doing magic on the computer, looking with the final scores. Look up the Fremd volleyball final.
1st and 10, and they're going to spot it just shy of the 19-yard line. High snap for O'Brien.
Wide
It's
open.
going to be completed. Yep, right at the first down marker, giving it to Riddle. They have eyed Brewster all night, which has allowed Riddle to get separation, one-on-one coverage on the outside.
Brewster is the number 1 receiver. Riddle is the number 2 receiver. The thing about Riddle there is you have to respect his deep threat, right? So he's breaking past the 10-yard marker and then cuts back to the quarterback, and it's wide open. You could do that all the way downfield. And of course, O'Brien is a really strong arm and smart. So if the play gets snuffed out, he can go to a second or third option.
Providence Catholic is in the round of 4. They'll host Oak Forest. Pressure comes. Backtracking is O'Brien off his back foot. No choice but to just throw it out of bounds as there was double coverage near midfield.
Yeah, I like that. If it's not open, don't force it. Just get the ball out of bounds. Now, if he could run somewhere, hey, that's good. But he is getting spied, so running is more difficult. But he's got a lot of speed. One wonders if he had turned back the other way, there was a lot of real estate on this side of the field. But he is left-handed, so he tends to gravitate toward the left side of the field. And right now the ball is on the left side, left hash mark.
2nd and 10. They're going to place it at the 28-yard line.
Bolingbrook giving the receivers a lot of room. Now they're getting close.
O'Brien, plenty of time. Delivers a strike to the sideline. And just pushing forward is Faulkner. Could there be a flag on the field? There is.
No, we don't want to see flags.
Well, Bolingbrook certainly does.
It depends on the flag, right?
We got to find him a jersey that fits for 27.
Uh-oh. Got the fashion police out.
Peyton Brooks.
Oh, and you had to call him out on the air too, huh?
It's going to be holding against the defense.
So that'll be a first down.
They tried to cheat, and the official said you can't do that.
No cheating allowed here. We'll move the chains, first down.
That was a really cool conversation with JP. He brought up a good point. Class 6A, 3 of the 4 teams remaining in the semifinals are all private schools.
Oh, yeah, this is one you don't want to get me started on. I mean, I absolutely think it should be 4A for public schools, 1 through 4A for the private schools, or even 1 through 5 or 6 for the public schools, and 1 or 2 for the private schools. It frustrates me when a public league player gets recruited away to the private league school, and then they play each other, and they're still expected to win.
High snap. Lots of time for O'Brien, and then it isn't. The ball's out, but I think O'Brien was down.
That's not what they're calling. They're calling live ball and down right where the recovery made. I agree with you. I think the ball was down by contact, but the referee did not blow the whistle, and there's no benefit of replay here. So the referee let it play on. Very heads-up ball recovery.
Kyle Davis on the sack. Because the sack, it looked like the sack was at the 32. It's now spotted at the 29. Now, did they change their mind and the sack was at the 29?
They must have, because that referee was calling it down much further back. So somebody came to their sense and said down by contact. The ground cannot cause the fumble.
Correct. But if the ball starts to come loose before your sack, then it's a fumble.
Right, and sometimes you only know that from the replay.
2nd and 19.
Good piece of refereeing there.
Pressure comes again. O'Brien stands tall in the pocket, over the middle. Marquand Brewster still on his feet. My goodness, this quarterback is good.
That was an amazing escapable pass. He spun and still threw a frozen rope over the middle, 20 yards for the first down. Absolute strike over the middle to Brewster. That was one of the few passing plays that Brewster doesn't get to run after the catch. O'Brien is very, very good at hitting him in stride.
Brewster, great wide receiver. That was also one of my favorite characters in the musical Annie.
The amount of trivia that you know is astounding.
We should go to trivia night one of these nights, see how good we do.
Oh, you'd win the 6 slices before the next guy gets the chance.
Remember we went to sports trivia and I beat everybody like.
Yeah, you won a TV set.
Yeah. First and 10 at the 48. Riddle again. This pitch and catch combination between O'Brien and Riddle is lethal at times.
Well, and they need to hold the ball as much as possible. It's one of those deals where, in general, the offenses are unstoppable, right? So it's going to be electrifying when Bolingbrook gets the ball back. But I feel like Bolingbrook hasn't had the ball for so long. I mean, they scored near the end of the half, but prior to that, the onside kick, the punt, Bolingbrook is not have enough possessions to score enough points. So a score here, it would be huge to put Fremd up 2 scores, but it's still a very, very close, exciting game.
Another high snap, clean pocket for O'Brien. He's going to heave it downfield, double coverage, and going to be incomplete. Slow to get up the receiver for Fremd. We'll let you know who that is in a second. But meanwhile, it's 9:40 to go, and 3rd and 3 for Fremd. It was Brewster, the intended target.
I like, again, that O'Brien airs it out. That was an absolutely accurate throw. But because it was so far downfield, the downfield safety had time to come over and absolutely crunch Brewster. But I'm thinking what that does, again, is stretches the field so the next pass can be shorter and over the middle. All you got to do is get the first down here. Now, the ball being on the left hash, it's limiting O'Brien's run options. 3 receivers to the right now.
Another high snap. Pressure comes. Screen pass to Faulkner. Blockers in front. Faulkner past the 30. Flag on the play. This could be against the Vikings.
What a great time for a screen pass. 4 defensive linemen attacked O'Brien, and then the screen over the top of that. Just a brilliant play call on 3rd and 3.
There were a lot of linemen downfield, too, Parter. Could this be a legal man downfield?
Yeah, I wouldn't think so, but I mean that screen happened quick.
Right.
I mean that's
got to be a hold
possible.
or a block in the back.
That's what I'm thinking. They're going back from here. It's still going to be a first down. Oops, nope, 15 yards. It's not going to be a first down. 4th down.
No, 3rd down. It's on the
3rd
offense.
down.
Now, was the personal foul after the play or during the play? It looked like they called during the play.
That flag came really quick at the end of the play. So, I mean, but they went 15 yards from the end of the play. I don't get it. 3rd and 3, they have to run that screen pass again. It was a brilliant play call. I think linemen have to be, they have to realize when they are not blocked and they have a straight run at the quarterback that 1 or 2 of them should peel off to the sides to pick on the receiver that's going to catch the screen. It's hard to do if you're a lineman.
Faulkner moves to O'Brien's right. Faulkner with time in the pocket. Over the middle. Brewster again. Brewster in space to the 20-yard line. Enemy number 1 in Bolingbrook.
Yeah, Fremd did a great job picking up the blitz. There was 4 down linemen plus a linebacker that went in on O'Brien, and it was just 5-on-5, and they all held their blocks. O'Brien had a long time to throw. Again, another shot over the middle to Brewster, a deep over the middle to Brewster. Brewster's got a couple of, virtually the 20-yard gains on this drive. He's certainly somebody that Bolingbrook has had a tough time covering. I mean, it's too early to say this, but Bolingbrook can ill afford to give up a touchdown here. It's going to take a long time to make it back.
High snap. O'Brien to his left. O'Brien will run with it down the sideline, gets out of bounds. Well, if you're Bolingbrook, just keep them out of the end zone if you can.
Right. And there's many ways to do it. A sack, a fumble, a holding penalty, 2nd and short. It's not going to make it easy.
I just don't know if Bolingbrook has enough offensively. If they're down by 7, do they have enough passing the football to do a 2-minute drill to try to come back or beat Fremd?
Well, and that's going to be tough. Fremd does have a stingy defense.
2nd and 2 at the 13. Faulkner on the field. He plays a lot of snaps at running back for the Vikings.
Yeah, normally I'd say this would be a running play, but there's 5 receivers.
2 running backs as
Oh, there he goes.
Faulkner lined up at receiver. There's a flag on the play. It was going to be a first down, but this might be going against the Vikings. A lot of flags tonight.
Yeah, it was thrown right at the snap.
They're trying to get away with cheating, and the officials say, not so fast, my friend. False
there
start.
You go. right at the snap. False start. So 7 yards to go, not 3 yards to go.
Talk about everything that could go Bolingbrook's way on that play. It's a false start, and clock went off the Jumbotron because they want it to be a close game, and they want the clock to keep ticking so that Fremd doesn't have the ball as much.
Yeah, when you're behind, you want the clock to to stop. So right now, time ticking is not Bolingbrook's friend.
But they don't want Fremd to keep scoring.
Well, true, of course, but they need time for themselves to score.
2nd and 7. As Box at wide receiver. Rolling out to his left and now back to the pocket to his right. Stops on a dime. O'Brien still has it. O'Brien, my goodness, to the end zone. Touchdown! Are you kidding me? Carter McDonald wide open in the end zone. Sign this kid up for the NFL right now, this quarterback.
Yeah, he bought himself like a Hail Mary type of a play. Just bought himself tons of time until obviously you just can't cover the receivers forever. Then he throw a frozen rope into the back of the end zone. Just a great play. This is why on every football team, speed kills. You have a fast quarterback, and on defense, you just don't have the speed to match up with that. 9 points. Should be 10. The dreaded 2-score lead. So Lewis and Ward are going to have to come back from, 10 points now. But at least it's still just the mid-third quarter.
It's a big PAT coming up.
As opposed to a little one.
Good snap. And here's the kick. It's good. Johnny O'Brien.
Johnny on the spot.
Amazing quarterback. We'll take a break. 31-21 in favor of the Fremd Vikings.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
(31-21). Doesn't it feel like it's 1 on 11 sometimes when O'Brien's playing quarterback? No matter how many times you rush this guy, he just finds a way to complete a pass.
Well, and oddly, he reminds me of Kaepernick because he's so much faster than everybody else in a rocket ship for an arm.
Problem with Kaepernick, the accuracy, then the injuries hurt him too.
Well, there's all that, right? But just that's what he reminds me of, the way that he plays. Of course, he's lefty also.
Maybe a little Tebow magic, although he has a better arm than Tebow.
Tebow is more of a running back playing quarterback. But a good one. Won 2 national championships. Oh, nice grab.
I think that time it was a squib kick. I don't think he was trying to do an onside kick.
Well, yeah, and then if it gets a funny bounce, there's only 5 people up there not known for having hands. You're right there for blocking. That was a good attempt to try to get the ball back. With a 2-score lead, they're thinking, well, short field, maybe it's worth the risk here.
Because if you score a touchdown and make it 38-21, if you were to recover the kick, one would think that might be the knockout blow against the Raiders.
And that's their thought process.
Because you're looking to get that knockout blow and possibly preserve O'Brien in the fourth quarter, get him ready for that Mount Carmel game. But you can't play Mount Carmel till you win tonight as a running play for Ward. It's not over yet. If you can score a touchdown here, eventually O'Brien's going to make a mistake, right? Like a pick, a fumble, a bad pass. Like the more points that Bolingbrook scores, you keep putting the pressure on O'Brien to possibly make a mistake.
Yeah, it just reminds me of a Maine-South Naperville North game a couple years ago, right, where everybody scored every time until finally Purcell got picked off at the end of the game.
Just North just hung in there,
right.
And then finally Purcell made a mistake.
All right, now it's going to be 3rd and long. So right now, it's Bolingbrook. This is one of those miniature big plays, and the reason it's a little bit bigger than miniature is because you're kind of late-ish, well, mid-ish, third quarter, down 2 scores. You need to keep the ball. Now, here's that. You've got the ball at midfield. You haven't moved the ball to midfield. You got the ball gifted to you at midfield. You need to be able to move these chains. And Fremd, with their stingy defense, this would be a terrific and a tremendous stop for them to get.
Down by 10 is Bolingbrook, led by as many as 14. Over the middle. Good completion.
Yeah, good catch, wide open.
Got it to Jenkins, one of his favorite targets.
Yeah, Bolingbrook and their potent offense just continues to honestly match Fremd point for point just about. Even though they're down 10, they finally have the ball to continue to match them.
We're talking about Jamison Purcell. Plays quarterback for Maine South. 1st and 10 at the 36. Trips to the right. Good snap. Clean pocket.
Until it wasn't.
Well, until he stepped into the pressure. The pocket was clean until he got out of that pocket, then it wasn't.
Yeah, Caleb Williams or Justin Fields, they've never done that before. Run into the tackle.
Yeah,
so second and long.
But that's the thing. When you're not a great pocket passer, like you like to use your speed, you try to run when you don't have to because the pocket is not collapsing yet. But he ran into a spot where it was collapsing. The pocket itself wasn't collapsing, but he ran to a spot that was collapsing.
Well, a very good running quarterback, hence why he was trying to split that defense.
Yeah. 2nd and 12. Good snap.
Look out.
Here's Lewis up the middle, inside the 20. No one's going to catch him. TJ Lewis, this guy's spectacular. He's must-watch television.
And that's why they handed to him up the middle like that. Speed, he didn't tackle himself. Nobody touched him. And in fact, you wonder, if there was a flag on his belt, nobody would have grabbed that. Two-hand touch in the park. Nope, nobody touched him. Great run. And speedy.
The 6-foot, 215-pound running back.
Yeah, I think he's got a fantastic college future ahead of him.
He could be playing at Indiana.
Be a good choice
State,
for him.
Purdue are all looking at him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all good choices. Whoa.
That kick, no
Didn't
good.
Make it.
Wide left. So Fremd leads by 4. We'll take
Yeah.
a break. Up by 4 are the Vikings here on the NFHS Network.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today. High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
I like this.
31-27, a nice shot by our videographer Dan Pfeiffer on TJ Lewis. One of the reasons they're in this game, can they get a stop on defense? That PAT miss, though, was huge. Now they got to go the length of the field if they get a turnover.
Right, yeah, they're not going to be able to kick a field goal from somewhere to tie it. And further, if they do score a touchdown, Fremd can tie it then with a field goal of their own. I wouldn't mind seeing them go for 2. All right, put this one out of the end zone so that there's no return.
If Bolingbrook loses tonight, they have 17 returners for next season. Lefty kick.
Whoops.
It's fumbled. The special teams was excellent for Bolingbrook on that play. Not so much for Fremd. And back deep in their own territory are the Vikings.
So when you have a good team like Fremd, good on offense, the question is, does it matter where they get the ball? Do they get it at the 50 or the 90? Whether they go 90 yards or 50 yards, can they go all the way downfield? So 5.5 minutes to go in the third, up 4.
Now Indiana, Kansas State, we talked about for TJ Lewis, has offers on the table. And if they're going to win tonight, they're going to have to keep feeding him to advance to play against Mount Carmel. Another high snap. O'Brien again. Pitch and catch, first down.
Now what you're hoping for is maybe a tipped pass. It goes up into the air and your defensive backs can intercept it. An overthrow, a fumble, a sack, anything to stop this drive to get the ball back. And you certainly don't want to let O'Brien get loose running.
You might have to start jumping routes if you're these cornerbacks and hope you get a pick.
Oh, that's a tough one on a quarterback that throws this well. The other thing, you need to stay in your lanes on your pass rush so he can't get outside.
Still only the third quarter. It's not the fourth yet, but man, O'Brien is
They're
just so
blitzing
good.
an
Another
extra.
high snap. Blitz comes. Quick pass. And tackled on the play. Faulkner tried to get out of it, and it was a nice tackle by Prescott.
You know, that's the thing. That's when everybody is playing well, right? Okay, so the blitz was picked up, and O'Brien released the ball right away, and it was still covered right away by Bolingbrook. That's like everybody did their job properly. It turned into a short gain and second and long. But a couple of good play calls by both coaches, and the players executed those plays essentially to perfection.
So Brewster doesn't have a mouthpiece. He's going to have to borrow one, or hopefully has a backup. So he's going to have to miss a play. That's a break for Bolingbrook. And coming in to relieve him is Dominic Sponsel, the coach's son.
Perfect. Throw it to him. You can't ignore Brewster's replacement.
But then why was he not on the field in the first place?
Well, he didn't have his mouthpiece either, perhaps.
2nd and 7 at the 31. Good snap.
Ooh, behind him.
He's done that a couple of times tonight, and it was behind the intended target in Cale Peterson. And able to finish the play well was Elias McNulty.
Well, and that O'Brien naturally knew that if he led the receiver, it's going to be crunched by the defender, right? So threw it behind the receiver, probably on purpose, right? First read, it's not there, just throw it out, right? But there was some danger that ball could have been tipped up and then intercepted. So it harmlessly went on the ground. But third and relatively long. If you don't get the first down here, you're punting away and possibly get behind in the game. You don't want to give the ball to Bolingbrook at this side of the field.
Bolingbrook went from worst to first in the Southwest Prairie West. To the sideline, Marquand Brewster back in the game and showing why Bolingbrook fans not the biggest fan of his.
Yeah, right. You could not place the ball more perfectly. I mean, that was a well-executed run. I feel like if the quarterback could walked out there and handed him the ball, you couldn't have put it in a better spot. Just a perfect route out to the outside, far side of the field. The only silver lining on that from Bolingbrook's perspective is the ball is on the left hash. That was a big, big play. Good job, Fremd, on that one.
This is a slow-moving game. We're at the 2-hour mark, and we're still in the third quarter.
Right. A lot of clock stoppages, out of bounds, incompletes, first downs.
Fakes the handoff. Pressure comes. O'Brien escapes for now. And then finally sacked on the play. Too much speed from Peyton Brooks. His jersey might not fit, but he's a great fit on this defensive line.
Oh, that was pretty good. What a great tackle from behind. If he doesn't grab him by the ankles, O'Brien gets out of that tackle. If he tried to run him down from behind, O'Brien might have outrun it. But what a great tackle.
Look, his shoulder pads are coming out of his jersey, too. Maybe that's by design. Maybe he has a jersey that doesn't fit on purpose. Budget cuts, right?
Coach, I want to be number 27. I don't care what size it is.
2nd and 20. Nice speed because O'Brien, he is certainly not slow getting out of that pocket. Almost offside. O'Brien on his back foot. Pressure comes. Escapes again. O'Brien to his left. O'Brien to the sideline. Incomplete as he had to throw it away. McDonald was the closest receiver on that pass. Flag on the play. This could be against the Vikings.
The fans in the booth are saying illegal man downfield. Let's see what the call is. We haven't seen that one yet today. The referee coming over to talk to the coach about it.
I would consider accepting it. Try to push Fremd more back.
Oh, I'd rather have the down in this case. They're already a country mile away from a first down.
Yeah, but it's O'Brien. It's not like any other quarterback.
Yeah, but don't give him more chances. Illegal man downfield. There you go. Decline at third. Now you got to get that first down in one play, because if they don't get a first down now, if it's not a 20-yard pass down the middle to Brewster, you're going to get the ball back just down by 4. So, again, not just a miniature huge play, an absolutely huge play with 3 minutes to go in the third quarter.
3 guesses who O'Brien's going to look to on this play, and it rhymes with Schuster. Trips to the left. Good snap. Still in the pocket. O'Brien will run with it. O'Brien's got space in front of him, but good pursuit from Bolingbrook, forcing him to the 40. And another flag. Let's see who this is against.
Wisely did not launch the ball. All the receivers are covered downfield. The triples on the far side stayed on the left side, so I'm surprised somebody didn't go across the middle. There was one man-on-man receiver on the right side, and it just was blanketed. So it's 4th down. We have to punt this away. All right, holding. Decline it to get the ball back. Yep. Don't give O'Brien another chance.
Only way you'd consider accepting it is you would have pushed them all the way back, and you force the punter eventually to a bad spot.
Sure, but I think at the end of the day, you need to score a touchdown. I don't think you care if you go 60 yards or 70, so I don't think that 10 yards matters, but you don't want to give O'Brien a chance for a first down.
My thought process is, you know how they're kids, right? Sophomores, juniors, seniors, the more snaps you have to run, because this is a running-heavy offense, the more you could fumble a snap. You could have a false start, because it takes more plays to score running the ball versus passing the ball.
Yeah, but no coach is going to think like that when they're one of the top 8 teams. They're going to think their team is going to execute, not their team is not going to execute.
And they've executed most of the night offensively.
Well, it's a good offense. I mean, like we said, they've only scored 6 points less than Fremd this whole year. Okay, they can run this back.
And it's going to be a 2-hopping punt. It will be returned at the 17 and then brought down near the 15.
Oh, no.
Flag on the play. Will this be?
This will be against Fremd. It'll be a 15-yarder probably. I was a little surprised he didn't run to his left. It looked like there was, again, an awful lot of real estate, and he was a speedy, returner. So running to the left, they had some open field. But the penalty is going to make that return even better.
Just a personal foul, not a face mask, just probably a late hit.
Yeah, I'll say I don't understand that call. But in any event, 40 yards away, down 4.
Was he out of bounds and then a late hit was delivered? Because they didn't say face mask, so it was some other personal foul. Usually when it's not a face mask, personal foul, it's a late hit.
And if we can't tell, it's an interesting flag.
But that's the thing about flags. 50% of the fans think you made the best call ever. Yeah. The other 50 thinks you need to get another job.
Yeah, well, this game has been a lot of flag football today.
One in motion, as that was Wallace. Now he goes to the other motion. Wallace on the jet sweep. Wallace, and after all that, it's going to be no gain. It was well read by Riddle.
I can't help but think against a strong defense like Fremd that you need to go north and south, not east and west like that.
Riddle might have a cramp. He's going to have to sit out for at least a play. He's holding his leg.
Yeah, it looks like a cramp. That's usually what you do when there's a cramp. Get him some Gatorade.
We'll take a quick break. It's 31-27 Fremd here on the NFHS Network.
1 second from half court. Jumping for joy.
First ever.
A 2-on-1. Oh.
Did he bring it in? He did.
It is
caught.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
So Riddle will have to exit for release of play. Looks like a cramp. He's able to walk on his own accord.
Yeah, it'll take a little while for that to go away.
That's one of the problems when you play on both sides of the ball, more susceptible to injury. And he's been one of their best receivers tonight.
Yeah, he really is. Well, he's their second best receiver on the year, right after Brewster. All right, kind of tight coverage from Fremd here, 2nd and long.
Ward will take it himself, and that's not going anywhere. Klemus read it all the way.
Fremd did an outstanding job reading that play and almost like one-arm tackling the quarterback. Just like you said, Klemus has made an excellent play to shut that down. Now, 3rd and 7, I like the play call. I wouldn't mind if I'm Bolingbrook coming right back to that play call anyway. The other option is you run that same play but actually hand the ball off. But here, you got to figure it's 4-down territory. Well, is it 4-down territory?
You need to get at least 5 yards to consider that. You're only down by 4. And now Fremd is struggling with the penalties. High snap. Pressure comes. Ward forced to his right.
Now they're going to. There's another flag. Oh, boy. In the secondary. Defensive hold, yeah. Whoa, big call there. I like her little flag across the screen there.
Just another unnecessary hold. Ward was forced to his right. The field got separated in half because when you roll to your right, you're not going to try to throw across your body to your left, so there's not many places you can go with the ball.
He called it on number 1. I just read the umpire's, or the referee's lips.
Yeah, that would be Brewster.
Well, on Jordan Lumpkins?
No.
Brewster
is number 1
I'm
for
looking at the wrong roster. Brewster. Oh, no. Yep, on Brewster.
Yeah, he plays. Remember, he had that 98-yard pick six against Huntley. You were at that game with Sam Brief.
Oh, boy, yeah, that 98-yard pick.
That lead, that tie score between Fremd and Huntley was brief in that game. Went from 0-0 to 41-0 really quickly.
Yeah, and that was a home game at Fremd.
No more home games for Fremd the rest of the year. High snap. Lewis again with a full head of steam, just powering his way to the 41. He could single-handedly send Bolingbrook to the semifinals.
He could, right? Now, we're like 40-yard line. Okay, and you're looking at the clock, a minute to go-ish for the 3rd quarter. They keep giving him the ball. They score with maybe 7 or 8 minutes left to go. Then Fremd will get another real legitimate shot. I'm just thinking that at this point in time, Bolingbrook looks like they're going to get the last possession in this game, and down by 4, that could work to their favor. It's way too much conjecture and future projection, but
will that missed PAT hurt them? And by not going for it on those PAT attempts, Lewis taking defenders with him and brought down past the 40.
Yeah, I think they're going to give it to him.
Pepe on the tackle, but not before TJ Lewis gets a first down. We'll let you know when we get to the 4th quarter what his full name is. It's a really cool full name that TJ Lewis has. So it's going to be spotted at the 38. Bolingbrook in no rush.
Yeah, they're very good at not panicking. Again, very strong team. That's what happens when you get to the last few teams of the state tournament. These teams are well coached.
Ward, and he's going to be brought down, tripped up on the play by O'Brien, one of our 3 stars of the game thus far.
Yeah, Fremd just shut down all those gaps, right? There was just nowhere to go. The only thing you could have done there is seen the shutdown gaps in front of you and then, spun out and gone to the left or something. But nice defense, 2nd and long. But Fremd, I think, is tightening up the interior, obviously, because TJ Lewis is running through him.
We'll take a quick break. 4th quarter coming up next here on the NFHS Network.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
(31-27) in favor of Fremd. We've talked a lot about TJ Lewis. His full name, according to Snap.app, is Timmy Lewis II or Timothy Lewis II. What a cool name.
So TJ is really Timmy?
Yep. Hand off to TJ. However you want to call him. Timmy, TJ, this guy is enemy number 1 in Palatine.
Well, they are shutting him down more and more now as they continue to use him up the middle, which is going to make something wide, maybe perhaps a keeper from Ward, be very successful. But third, whatever they're going to dial up, now's the time to dial it up. They need to keep the ball no matter where they get here. I still think they're going to go 4 downs here. So I'm thinking a fake to TJ Lewis and then run right for Ward. Let's see what they do.
3rd and 8. Ball on the 36. TJ Lewis. And they're going to spot it past the 35. So 4th down coming up. You're only down by 4, but you are past the 35.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for a play action. I also wouldn't mind to see Ward run. So I think the play call I would do would be a rollout to the right and send 3 receivers to the right, and then the receiver on the left cut across the middle to the right. I would just flood the right side. You either run or pass on the right. Big, big, big play. Down 4, 4th and 6. Tighter coverage.
Needs 7 yards to get a first. Clean pocket for Ward over the middle and in and out of the hands. Maybe a tad behind his intended target. And 1st and 10 coming up for O'Brien and the Vikings.
Now, if Fremd scores, I don't want to say it puts the game out of reach until if they score with not a whole lot of time left. But that ball I felt like was right in his chest, and maybe it bounced off his chest protector. And so what a bummer. It looked like a real good throw, but he also put a lot of mustard on that toss.
We saw that earlier where Riddle dropped one. O'Brien maybe put too much mustard on that toss, and I
think Riddle turned the corner late on that one. This one looked like he saw the quarterback the whole way and just had a lot of heat on the ball and maybe bounced off his chest. And, you have equipment there. It bounces off.
To the sideline. Good pitch and catch, and diving for the 1st down marker is MacDonald.
Yeah, you're taught to catch the ball with your hands, and that was a nice hands catch there, for example. On that play before, it looked like he was reeling it in while he was falling backward on his chest. So anyway, a big incompletion changes the whole complexion of the game here. Now 2nd and 1. Fremd should be able to move the chains some more time.
You ever seen the movie Coming to America?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, Eddie Murphy, right?
Yeah. He works at MacDonald's.
Oh.
But they still have the golden arches. 2nd and 1 at the 44. Handoff up the middle, powering his way for a 1st down. They haven't used him a lot, but that time it's Jason Hardy on the 1st down carry. Fremd needs a touchdown to pretty much put Bolingbrook away. A field goal, Bolingbrook obviously still alive.
Yeah, it depends how quick Fremd scores that touchdown, because I do think Bolingbrook would have time to score and perhaps onside and score again. But I think if you give the ball back to Fremd, they'll keep the ball, and that's what they're kind of trying to do here. Just move the chains, eat the clock.
O'Brien over the middle, Brewster. Nice move by Brewster, and he's able to get to the 44.
Those chunk plays on 1st down are huge. So it's 2nd and short or maybe 3rd and short. The clock will tick, the chains move, and Bolingbrook is, being sliced up by, 1,000 cuts from a knife. How's that saying go?
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah. It's, Fremd is doing a masterful job right now on this drive.
Technically, O'Brien has a pick tonight, but that's because his receiver dropped the ball. Went into the hands of Lampkins. Thank you very much, said Mr. Lampkins. Up the middle, and that's Hardy.
Yeah, there's the 1st down. Clock will stop for a moment.
It just seems like partner special teams have been the difference maker in this one. They called the knee down on that punt, and then
you're still bringing that up.
And then the onside kick. I mean, it's only a 4-point game.
The onside kick. Yep.
That was a 10-point swing.
Yeah.
Got to be great at all three facets of the game.
Yeah.
Bolingbrook's been fantastic at offense, pretty good on defense. Special teams, meh. I think about that Chargers team in 2010. They were first in total offense and defense, but they were 32nd in the NFL in special teams.
Wide open down the middle.
O'Brien, he's going to go to the sideline with it.
Brewster cutting. Was that Brewster?
Yeah, it was Brewster, yeah.
Yeah. Number 2 was cutting down the middle. Faulkner. Yeah, if that ball had gone down the middle, there was a wide open receiver.
So here we go, partner. 2nd and 10 at the 40.
That's a big incompletion from Bolingbrook's perspective. 2nd and long now.
And it stops the clock.
Well, that too.
Not that that matters entirely because clock stops briefly on a first and you have all 3 timeouts. But, man, that score, it looms large because you're down by 4 instead of 3.
Right, right. You don't have to win by 2 scores. You just got to win. But there's still plenty of time.
Ball at the 40. Got to get to the 30 to keep the drive moving.
Oh, a flag, probably illegal procedure. Yep. So 2nd and 15 now. So this is the drive. This is the set of downs that you need to stop Fremd. You can't have a 15-yard pass down the middle to Brewster here.
2nd and 15 at the 45.
So if you're on defense, you have to make sure that your safety is over the top of wherever Brewster goes. Take your gambles on Riddle or anybody else. And then when you are rushing O'Brien, you have to stay in your lane so he can't go outside. I do think a deep drop by the middle linebacker could stop Brewster deep middle here. 2nd down.
Fakes the handoff. O'Brien, the pressure comes. He escapes. Past the 40, past the 35, still on his feet, past the 30. My goodness gracious. Johnny O'Brien, he's a human highlight reel.
That 1st down, and that was a good time for that run. He made that decision quickly.
Peyton Brooks on the pressure, and Johnny said, oh, okay, I'll just take it myself. No big deal.
Yeah, that was kind of one of those back-breaking plays. Now it's going to break their back further if he gets into the end zone, but that was the set of downs that you needed to stop him.
It's like watching Patrick Mahomes sometimes, like watching Monday Night Football.
It's a favorable comparison, that's for certain.
He just throws it wrong, right? If he's right-handed, he'd be the right quarterback. No, maybe he's a little Mark Brunell, Steve Young in him with that left-handed toss.
I mean, if you're going to compare to a pros, he reminds me more of Steve Young than the others because of the mobility that he has. I mean, nobody's going to mistake Brunell for being mobile. If you're going to compare to professional players.
Had a nice career, though.
It really has a good future ahead of him.
No, I said Brunell had a nice career.
Oh, yeah, well, this is a good future ahead of him. Also, like Garoppolo, right, just reminds you of a local player that made good. So it's very, very, very likely.
1st and 5 at the 22 as it was encroachment against the Brook.
Yeah, and you don't need that because now you just need five yards for a 1st down. Again, the clock moves, the chains move, and you're closer to a touchdown. It's just not a good time for it.
Time running out for the Vikings. For the Raiders. Need 5 yards. Fakes the handoff to the end zone.
That's going to be a flag.
15-yard penalty coming up. No choice, though. Otherwise, it would have been a touchdown catch. The intended target was box. Things going from bad to worse right now for the Raiders.
Yeah, but that was also a perfectly thrown ball. I mean, that interference doesn't happen unless that ball was perfectly thrown. If he wasn't interfered with, it was going to be easy catch in the end zone. So I think they're about, 10-yard line?
And if you're Fremd, if you can try to score by running the ball to run more clock, I don't know if that matters entirely. You'd like to get the 6 points wherever you can get it, but maybe you can get 6 in the next 2 minutes instead of in the next 30 seconds.
Well, I think the longer you take to score, the better off you are, but I don't think Fremd is thinking that way. They just get the ball into the end zone any old way and worry about the clock later.
Fumble! Whew. Look, as great as O'Brien has been in the postseason, last week he had 2 fumbles.
Well, let's not label him as a fumbler here.
I'm just
but
saying this is starting to become a little bit of a trend.
Well, it's a trend of 2 weeks in a row, not a trend of a career. So I don't think I'd label him as a fumbler.
I thought in baseball, 3 strikes, you're out.
Well, that is true in baseball, and that would be a trend. The trend would be you can't hit that little white thing coming at you at 102 miles an hour.
2nd and 13 at the 14, so technically they can get a first down if they need it. Just don't turn the ball over if you're O'Brien. Off his back foot to the end zone. Double coverage. Oh, off the fingertips. Bad decision by O'Brien, and Bolingbrook almost took advantage of it.
That was just excellent coverage because they had the same one-on-one coverage going into the corner, but then I think what happened was the cornerback, the safety was guarding him, and then the cornerback came in for the interception, and frankly, that should have been grabbed. I mean, and that's just too crucial and too clutch of a situation not to catch it. Okay, 3rd and long, so O'Brien either gets the touchdown here or they have to go back and kick it to make it a 7-point win, but a 7-point lead is not safe against Bolingbrook.
And the thing is, too, if Bolingbrook were to score a touchdown and make it 34-33, my thought process is they're going for 2 and going for the win.
Well, that's exactly right. That's what I think. So I think you're almost in 4-down territory here if you're Fremd because you don't want to lead by 7. You got to lead by more than 7.
Pressure comes. O'Brien again, rolling to his left,
nope,
to the end
zone.
zone.
The end zone.
Way too much on it. Decision time for Fremd. Yeah, I think you got to kick the field goal.
Well, I think they're going to kick the field goal, but I mean that's really bittersweet. Up by 7 against Bolingbrook, they're going to have the ball with 6.5 to go with a very potent offense. It's going to get 4-down territory the whole entire way, and you know if they score, they're going to go for 2. Here comes the field goal unit on. I think if I'm Bolingbrook, I pay attention to a fake. I don't know if Fremd has a fake, play in their inventory.
Be a good time to run it, but I think you go the conservative route, try to kick the field goal.
Yeah, well, this is when it's worth it when you have your top quarterback also being the holder because this would be a good time to fake it, but it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. Not an easy kick. 31-yarder.
He made a 31-yarder earlier. Good snap. The hold is there, and the kick. Straight through the uprights. Fremd is leading 34-27. There's a flag on the field. Running into the kicker is 5 additional yards, but it would still be 4th down.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind bringing that offense back out on your Fremd. I don't like the 7-point lead if you're Fremd. You like it if you're Bolingbrook.
I think you just take the points if you're Fremd because it's only a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, I'm with you on that because you're not going to go for it on 4th after all, right? And the 5 yards sooner, you've already made the kick. There you go. Good call to decline.
Yep, they're going to decline it.
All right, but danger roll, Robinson, for Fremd. Bolingbrook, a very potent offense with the ball, 6.5, just enough time to score, right? And you can still, run with Lewis. You can run with Ward. You can pass with Ward.
We'll take a quick break. 7-point lead for the Vikings. Seven-point lead. Bolingbrook just hanging in there.
Yeah, we cannot be in a more exciting game here. 7 points, 6.5 to go in the 4th quarter. Bolingbrook, when they score, they'll probably go for 2. What a great barn burner we've got going here.
Then it gets to a point. Let's say Bolingbrook gets a couple of first downs and they get into enemy territory, and they get close to the 20. Would Fremd let them score so they don't have to waste their timeouts?
Oh, geez, no. But, yeah, that you can start thinking that way. Don't fumble. Oh, no.
Just has to go down on it and at the 15-yard line.
That's a shame because now they're, whatever it is, 85 yards away from the end zone instead of a good run back, which would be 75 yards or something like that. But, all right, so they got the ball. Yeah. 1st and 10, a long way away.
It was Josiah Amons who fumbled it and had to fall down at friendly spot. They're going to spot it at the 16. Field goal does them no good. They're thinking 6.
Unless, of course, they were 4.5-point underdogs, then they could beat the spread.
Lots of time. This is an eternity in high school and college football. Both teams, of course, with 3 timeouts. Lewis in the backfield. Lewis again. Lewis trying to get to the 20.
Yeah, Fremd absolutely has tightened up their defense against that run up the middle from Lewis. So right now they're turning Bolingbrook into more of a one-dimensional offense, which is what you have to do on defense. You have to take away something and let only a something remain. So now it's going to be up to Ward to win the game with his arm. Can he do that?
This is like a heavyweight boxing match tonight.
It is. Yeah, punch, counter punch. A chess game would be another good analogy. Both coaches are just, really thinking this stuff through.
Ward, quick pitch and catch. Gets off a tackle as it was completed to Wallace. Caleb Wallace, how about this for size? He's only 5'5", 140 pounds.
So dunking the basketball might not be his forte?
Muggsy Bogues could dunk. He was only 5'3".
That's pretty amazing. First down, they gave him the forward progress. Fighting like mad to get that first down and got it.
Sean Bradley could dunk. He was 7'6". The problem is everybody could dunk on him.
Right. I always wondered how tall I would have to be to play basketball in the NBA. Is 7'6" tall enough? Would that have worked?
It's going to be 1st and 10 at the 26. 5:32 to go. Up the middle, Lewis powering off tackles, taking defenders with him. Past the 35. What else is new? TJ Lewis is fantastic.
Well, Fremd was shutting that down, but then obviously a couple plays went away from that, and then Bolingbrook went right back to it. He can bust it at any time. Now, what you also got to be very, very, very careful of, you cannot fumble the ball. So if you're going to break tackles, you got to make sure both hands are on that football.
If you're Fremd, do you just stack the box the rest of the night and force them to do play action?
No, Ward's too good for that. That's what I mean. They were doing a good job at turning Ward into a one-dimensional team, well, turning Bolingbrook into a one-dimensional team with Ward having to pass their way downfield. But that was a nice first down gain with still 5 minutes to go.
Ward, past the 40, past the 45.
Yeah, that's the keeper, that you can bust that tackle. You can go. Fremd did a good job staying on the outside and turning Ward back into the middle where there were some linebackers that could make the tackle, but still, they're going to give him a first down in that game. Okay, that's a very favorable mark. So another first down run, 10 yards here, 10 yards there. Those chains keep moving, and still plenty of time on the clock. I think, though, that Bolingbrook is taking too long to run the next play. I mean, just because there is all that time on the clock doesn't mean they should use it up all.
I just think they don't want O'Brien to get the ball back.
That's true.
They're either going to win or lose on this drive. At least that's their thought process right now. Here's the reverse. Fremd not fooled, but even so, Lewis can still get 2 yards after the original contact.
I like the play call, but part of me wonders if they had Lewis on one side and they went to the left, right, and then they had a different running back on the reverse, because Fremd is obviously tuned into Lewis, right? So if they reversed the ball back that way with a different running back, would it have gained more yards? I like the play call, though. It was aggressive. It was still on the ground. Clock running below 4 minutes now and taking way too long on these play calls.
Second and 8 at the 49.
I mean, your first priority is you do need the score. Worry about defense and O'Brien later.
Ward to the edge. Ward still on his feet.
Another first down. The chain's continuing to move. 3.5 minutes.
Finishing the tackle for Fremd. Nice job getting into the play that time was Kevin Miller. And a injury on the field. We'll take a break, and then we'll let you know who the injured Viking is after this.
Hey, conductor, how about something new? You played this last year. Come on, get your head out of your sacks.
We're trying to hear.
Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing your kid play the wrong notes. Where's my kid's solo?
At least you can see your kid. Why is my kid stuck way in the back?
The conductor only plays his favorite.
My kid heard that solo!
You say my kid?
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
First and 10 at the 43. Jason Hardy was the injured Viking. Meanwhile, the Raiders are 43 yards away from a touchdown. Lewis. He's on the left of Ward. Lewis up the middle. Lewis past the 35. This guy's just a one-man wrecking crew.
He's going up the middle. He's very sure-handed. Does have both hands on the football, but if he lets go of that football, it's a game over. That was 9 yards, no first down, but with 3 minutes to go, it's like every minute they get closer to the end zone by one, move of the first down markers. You only need two of those moves of the first down markers, maybe three, and you've got a touchdown. And Fremd right now has not been able to stop this running attack. I think it's now down to Lewis one way, maybe up the middle, and then Ward the other, and Fremd has to guess which way they're going.
Ward gets to the edge, trying to get to the 30. And eventually goes out of bounds, but they're going to say he was tackled before he dove for the out-of-bounds marker, and now the hands go up.
I think they're saying first down.
All right, so they're going to say keep the clock moving, but now stop it briefly because it was a first down.
Right.
So first and 10 at the 33.
So 33 with 2.5 minutes to go. There's probably a stat out there. I wish I knew it, but how many yards per second do you get on a 2-minute warning? He's got 150 seconds, and they're at the 33-yard line.
Decision time for Fremd. Do you want the ball back? The thing is, I think Fremd knows, too. This probably isn't going overtime. They're going to go for two.
Yeah, they're not going to let them score to get the ball back. That's not going to happen.
Trying to get to the edge. Well read by the Vikings.
The only good thing about that play from Bolingbrook's perspective was that they moved the ball back into the middle of the field so that Ward can run to the right if he needs to.
It was Nico Allman, the 6'1" defensive tackle, and Jakubczak was also there, 6'4", 270-pound defensive end. You see him on camera right there.
Yeah, those are some big people to run through. No wonder Fremd is stout on defense.
Second 11 at the 34.
Clock running. There's too much time is going by. I do think that they need to be a little bit more cognizant of scoring sooner.
They do have 3 timeouts, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
That's true.
Jakubczak, kind of a confusion from Jakubczak, and now...
Oh, now they're using one of those timeouts because, like you said, they were confused. Can you imagine you're the coach? You put in somebody in who's not normally in, and he's confused. You have to call timeout.
Well, who called timeout, though? Because I was saying Fremd was confused because Jakubczak was having trouble getting to the other defensive end spot.
Bolingbrook called timeout.
Timeout Bolingbrook will take a timeout as well here on the NFHS Network. Yeah, they wasted too much time to call a time.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
So they're going to actually say 1:20 on the clock, 2 timeouts left for Bolingbrook. Ideally, Bob, you'd like to get it to the red zone with a minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of time if you're Brady, but, I mean, these are high school people here.
Ward will look to pass. To the sideline, almost picked off. Well read by the Vikings.
Yeah, that just wasn't a good throw. I felt like if he had a little height on the throw, there was a receiver open downfield, but
Jason Hardy, the guy who was just injured, comes back into the game and almost ends the season of the Raiders.
Now 3rd and 10-ish, right, to go to keep the season alive. So suddenly 2nd and 10, you feel like you've got the advantage. But now 3rd and 10, you feel like the defense has the advantage. Now the fans are getting into it.
You don't have to get the first down on this play. It's 4-down territory regardless. You'd like to get 5 or more yards to help out your offense. What a game tonight. It's been the best game we've covered all season.
Right, well, it ends here if they don't get a first down in 2 plays.
Ward with time in the pocket to the sideline. Caught! First down and more! My goodness, what a completion from Ward.
How did that not get intercepted? It looked like that was going to be picked off the other direction for 6 points. All right, here we go.
Marquise Howard, we haven't said his name all night. He makes a huge catch right there. And it stops the clock, a killer if you're a Viking fan.
And you still have 2 timeouts.
If you're Fremd, do you consider letting him score?
No.
You'd get the ball back if you let him score. Gets to the edge, inside the 5, dives.
Oh, at the 1 yard. Now that's a problem for Fremd. Now if you want to let him score, you might think that way, right? But that's a problem for Fremd.
I think they just let him score.
Yeah, right. They can get a score with 5 seconds left at this point in the field.
It's at the 1 yard line.
Yeah, if I'm Bolingbrook, I would go ahead and take the touchdown here and just gamble that can stop Johnny O'Brien with a minute to go.
So you would go for the PAT instead of go for 2?
I would go for 2 also.
And it's going to be a touchdown
now
as Ward faked out everybody, including our cameraman.
Yeah, now here's the thing. If you're going for 1 is okay to tie the game up at this point because you don't want a desperate Fremd going downfield. On the other hand, I think if you really want to win this game, you go for 2 and win it here and trust your defense.
I mean, the thing is, O'Brien is so good. He has enough time on the clock,
yes,
3 timeouts to get the game-winning field goal anyways.
He absolutely does, but I still would trust the defense, and I would go for 2, and I would bang it in with a run up the middle. You have to take a look at the defense, so it's almost like a run option. You hand off up the middle, or you go wide with Ward. What an exciting game. What an exciting finish.
And, partner, you got 2 timeouts if you're Bolingbrook. If you don't like what you see from your offense or their defense, you can call a timeout and second-guess the decision.
They are going for it.
It's just outside the 2 yard line. The season's on the line for the Raiders. 1 in motion. The snap to Ward, and the clock is stopped.
Oh, that better not be procedure. That's going to be a false start.
And there's a timeout, and I believe it was called by Fremd.
That's okay. Take a look at the defense and then make a different play call or kick it.
We'll let you know who called the timeout, but I believe it was Fremd. No, it was Bolingbrook?
Yeah.
Okay. Bolingbrook called the timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. You're watching the Raiders against the Vikings here on the NFHS Network.
Hey, conductor, how about something new? You played this last year. Come on, get your head out of your sacks.
Shh, we're trying to hear.
Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing your kid play the wrong notes. Where's my kid solo?
At least you can see your kid. Why is my kid stuck way in the back?
The conductor only plays his favorite.
My kid heard that solo!
You say my kid?
Yeah!
Come on!
Even though it's the short side, might not be a bad call either. But I think I would just go right up the middle and with everything you got.
Here we go, partner. This game is so exciting, the Jumbotron guy forgot to update the down and distance. Near the 2 yard line. Lewis, it's going to be close.
I don't think he made it.
Half yard short. It's like the Rams-Titans Super Bowl all over again. No good. Onside kick coming up. What a game, but could Bolingbrook recover the onside kick and give us a miraculous finish?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that. I think we'll see an onside kick, and Fremd will recover it, and that'll be that, right? But what a fantastic game-saving, season-saving goal line stand on a 2-point conversion. I don't think I would have run a different play. Maybe off tackle, maybe fake the handoff and have Ward go wide, but that was a good stop.
Or do you just trust enough in Lewis, just a pitch play to the left and see if he can beat the linebacker one-on-one to the pylon?
Well, that's what I was thinking after the call. You run to the short side, you have one less player on defense on that side, for example, but they ran up the gut. That was strength versus strength, and it did get stopped. I mean, Fremd earned this game.
Just barely, partner. That offensive line push from Bolingbrook, they did everything they could to push Lewis into the end zone.
Right. Yeah, that would be a good tush push play on a 2-point conversion.
And if you're Fremd, you do not have to wait for it to go 10 yards.
Right.
Pick up that ball if you want to. Make sure you got the hands team out that can pick it up, though.
Yeah, and if it's near the sideline, you can just push it out of bounds. You don't have to recover it.
Or catch it on the side, so if you drop it, it drops out of bounds.
Now they've got Riddle semi-deep, right? So if the ball is to go over with the 8 players on the line, your Riddle can grab it. Also, there's Brewster.
What a game tonight, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. Well, this should be a hard 10-yard kick. Hope it bounces off a shoulder pad or something.
Terrible onside kick. Fremd's going to recover, and the Vikings advance to the semifinals. Faulkner on the recovery as he waves bye-bye to the Bolingbrook fans.
Yeah, he could have called fair catch on that line drive to him, right? So 34-33. What did we predict? 28-21?
Now, O'Brien's not going to fumble this potential victory formation, and Bolingbrook's going to pick it up for a touchdown, right?
Only in the video game.
This isn't going to be Miracle at the Meadowlands Part 3?
Yeah, they could make a movie on that one.
Look, you can't hate the decision-making by Titus Pettigrew and the Bolingbrook coaching staff. If this goes to overtime, do you really think you're going to stop O'Brien in overtime to win the game?
Well, your offense is just as good. So it would have been exactly what overtime would have been, a shootout. And it would have been fun to watch a shootout, an overtime shootout. But I do think going for 2 was the right call. Unfortunately, they had the wrong play call called, and Fremd had their number on that play. I think everybody in the whole entire stadium knew it was going to go Lewis right up the middle, and unfortunately so did Fremd.
If that ball was at the 1-yard line, it would have been a 2-point conversion, and they probably would have converted it. And you got to think, if Pettigrew had gone for 2 points when the ball was at the 1-yard line on those encroachment calls earlier in the game, what could have been?
Oh, yeah, you're going to bring that up again. But I think the reason you can't bring up that kind of thing again is because that changes the complexion of the game, how much you're ahead or how much you're behind the rest of the game. But, yeah, I mean, true. If you get those points early on, that you just lost by 1 point.
Who are your 3 stars of the game brought to you by the NFHS
Oh, boy,
Network?
you're going to make me pick them this time? Well, you got to pick the quarterback, O'Brien.
TJ Lewis.
You're going to give one to the losing team by 1 point?
Well, lost by 1 point.
Yeah,
he was a half-yard short.
Sure, Lewis makes sense. Then you want to pick the other offensive star for
Do you go Tyson
Fremd.
Ward or do you go for Ritter?
Well, what I'd like to see is a Fremd defender on the line, something like that.
Probably Jakobchak.
Something along those lines.
Half-yard short. Man, oh, man, this is like Rams-Titans all over again.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Maybe one of the greatest high school games I've ever seen.
I think yeah, absolutely. I think Brewster would be the 3rd star. That would be my pick for 3rd star.
He was pretty quiet in the second half, but he did enough.
He did enough.
All right, partner, I'm going to go downstairs for our SBS/NFHS Network Player of the Game. For our excellent crew, for Stephen Taylor, for Bob Vilsaway, for Dan Pfeiffer, I'm Kyle Smith, going downstairs for the post-game show, but that does it for our in-game broadcast. Fremd, by the hairs of their chinny chin chin, they're advancing to play Mount Carmel next Saturday in Chicago. But for now, that does it for our broadcast. Post-game show coming up next.
High school sports fans, relive your favorite moments. Just click the shopping cart below the video player to get your digital copy today.
At Quicktrip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quicktrip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
Welcome to the post-game show brought to you by the IHSA Network. Welcome to the post-game show brought to you by the IHSA Network. I'm Kyle Smith, along with wide receiver for Fremd, Ben Riddle. A 34-33 victory for Fremd as they advance to the state semifinals. You're taking on Mount Carmel. We'll get to that in a minute. But for now, a half yard short Bolingbrook was of taking the lead. What did your defensive teammates tell you after that 2-point conversion went for naught for Bolingbrook?
I mean, it's all, man, I don't know. It was just such a good play. Like, it's just the preparation that led up to it. It was way too close, but just the preparation that went up to it, the practice, everything, just the motivation to not give up. And that's what it took. We wanted it more than them, and that's just all it took.
So you might not be familiar with this, but there was a famous Super Bowl, Rams-Titans, that finished 1 yard short. You ever seen highlights of that where your teammates talking about that on the sideline?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I watched like iconic highlights of like just Super Bowl greats, and it gets all of us inspired, and so we like strive to do stuff like that.
You did that tonight, basically.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
What did you see on the game film on that 2-point conversion? You probably knew they were going to go for two, knowing that Johnny O'Brien could maybe lead your offense to the game-winning field goal drive. So what did you see on the game film on defense that you could maybe exploit in DJ Lewis, like I said, half yard short in that 2-point attempt?
Well, one of our adjustments is to switch up our cover 3 defense a little bit, going a little more man, and to help like the run support. And I think that really worked out. The coaches made great adjustments, and got to give props to them.
In the second half, they kind of shut down Marquand Brewster a little bit, but O'Brien found you a lot in the second half. What did you guys work on in practice to make sure that you could be the number 2 option, then the number 1 option if they keyed on Brewster?
I mean, it's all about just stepping up. Me and Johnny have worked like tirelessly in the off season, summer camp, and just in everything, man. Just building that chemistry, it paid off.
Mount Carmel's next. Have you watched any game film on them, and how confident do you guys feel about that semifinal matchup?
I mean, Carmel's a good team. They're very respectable, and I'm looking forward to it. And we've seen a lot of film on them already, so we're excited for it.
Final thoughts? You guys are 2 wins away from a state championship.
It's really fun right now, but job's not done yet. So.
24-hour rule, right?
Yep.
Celebrate tonight and then back to business tomorrow.
Yep. Gonna be a fun bus ride home.
That's been
Riddle, and that does it for our post-game show. So for our excellent crew, for Steven Taylor, for Dan Pfeiffer and Bob Vilsoe, I'm Kyle Smith, and we'll see you next time on Sports Broadcast Solutions.